health experts call toxic masculinity.
Research found the underlying cause for could-be masculinity content culture.
Toxic masculinity, we've sort of heard this phrase popping up. The phrase has gained a lot of attention recently, especially with the Me Too movement.
It's showtime.
I'm no god, Mr. Tommy. I fought the Star-Spangled Banner.
You bring the cavalry?
Woman, I am the cavalry. They are my people. I am their sovereign. I love them.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Not.
Stick around.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Masculine Mondays, episode number 49. It is White Boy Day. Officially, happy 420 and some other choice days out there. But we are here to talk about true romance. And, if you're here for the first time knowing what masculinity is all about, what masculinity in cinema is all about, we're here to talk about a new movie every single week and why it is important to cinema. And again, we're choosing true romance. Perhaps Quentin Tarantino's maybe top 2 best scripts he's ever partaken in. And I'm here to do it with some of my other white boys. Gentlemen.
Hello.
No, boss, it ain't White Boy Day.
The real white boy has not yet joined the panel, but he will be here in due time.
Yeah, we'll be condescending to him, definitely.
Right.
Yes. Condescending.
If you know, you know. And if you haven't seen this, then what are you doing?
That's Brad Pitt's best role.
They're low key. This is such a good cast, and a lot of these people
cast.
Nobody really knew that well back then. It's like Brad Pitt kills it. Gary Oldman is phenomenal in this movie.
Yeah, Gandolfini.
Gandolfini's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, there's so many good parts. Even Sam Jackson in a really brief part. He's good.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. And obviously you could tell by some of the dialogue as you
it's got Tarantino written all over it.
As you watch more Quentin Tarantino films as you come out after this movie, you're like, oh no, this is definitely 100% Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Sam Jackson, all the holes in this one, and then he's the fucking master in Pulp Fiction, and no tickling or nothing.
Oh God, yeah. Especially when we find out how Sicilians are made or spawned.
Yeah, that's an important historical scene there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, could you tell if you're watching this? Could you tell if
your great grandmother
had some eggplant and had a half eggplant, half Sicilian?
Yeah, we have eggplant, cantaloupe, peaches. I mean, it's all the major food groups right here.
Right. Yeah. You get well fed in this movie.
Yeah.
Plenty to eat, as it were.
Indeed.
So, but yeah, what's up to everyone in the chat? We got Jax. How you doing, sir? Saw you in here first. Bootzilla. Good to see you, my friend. And Draconis, as stated, one of Sam Jackson's most important role. He eats every motherfucking thing. Yeah, wait, Blue, where are you? I saw you put a sticker.
He claims he's getting laid, or he got laid, and now he's dealing with the aftermath right now.
So he actually was like, "Oh, it's White Boy Day. Feel sorry for me." And then
Well, apparently an ex. I don't know if it was his or someone else's. Called up and
was she a woman of the night?
Well, this night anyway.
Yeah. Was it? Does she know someone named Drexl, or perhaps Leon? Maybe not.
Is her penis larger than yours, Blue?
Vex, how you doing?
Modern times.
We were not romancing beeholes. We would never do that unless Jana were present in the chat.
Yeah. Then we'd have to show them first.
Waylon, what's going on, dude? I wonder what new terminology we'll uncover tonight, but time will tell. Subaru, good to see you, my friend. Hope you are doing well, along with the restaurant, of course. But a 199 Blue says it's White Boy, Summer Nick, and Pumpkin Spice Week. I thought Pumpkin Spice Week is in like the fall. No?
I mean, the pumpkin can get a little spicy this week.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, are you saying Gord that Gord's gonna get spicy, Blue? Is that what you're saying?
Could be.
We'll see. Yeah, this is a great film by Tony Scott. Honestly,
yeah, I forgot Hans Zimmer did the soundtrack
score. Yeah. I was like, oh, interesting.
It's very world music. I was like, oh yeah, this was made in the early '90s. I can tell by that soundtrack.
Yeah, because there's some parts. It's like, man, I would really love to clip this and then use it, but there's
music all over
this place. You know, and certain parts where I'm like, I feel like it would have still hit just as hard had it not had any music, especially towards the end of that confrontation between
Drexl and
No.
the shootout.
Between Clifford and Coccotti. I was like, that scene starts to progress towards the end. Yeah, there's just, I'm like, I mean, I did clip part of it just in case. Well, so we'll see. If I have to edit anything in post, it's fine. But I mean, the Moors were whores.
Well,
I don't know.
The Sicilians certainly were.
Do you have a Chesterfield?
I do. Yeah. I'll take one now.
Please.
You got a light? No, it's all right. I got one.
Blue secretly wishes he is Jim Norton. Yeah, that was a kind of an interesting play. As a kid, light? No, just kidding. You give a match, not to have a Zippo. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to lower the standard to raise the average. Well, numbers, maths. But yeah, this is an interesting film. A friend of ours, Canadian friend Zach's, we talked about it on his channel sometime last year, and I hadn't watched it in a while, probably since I was in college, honestly. But it was definitely one of those films that I feel like was always sort of underappreciated even at that time, because everyone always just talked about Pulp Fiction,
Reservoir Dogs.
Kill Bill, Reservoir Dogs. Around the time when I was in college, so it was just like Jackie Brown even. So like this just got, just covered up, forgotten, and it's a shame. But I'm glad to see more people are paying tribute to it. And I mean, I get one of the biggest shockers was that Leon, of all people, had not seen this movie, because he's a big Quentin Tarantino fan, and like he's kind of in the movie as well. So it just was definitely
I mean, that was the Vegas meetup last year, where Zach's posted a picture of Leon there with others, and I immediately was like, is it White Boy Day? Because he looked an awful lot like Drexl in that pic. And
yeah, was that the one with there, like everyone was kind of
the bus?
The bus. Okay,
yeah.
And he was about to dance on the stripper pole.
Yep, right around that time.
Yeah, he was basically just trying to show how pimps should work, essentially. How a pimp should teach his ladies of the night to work. So, but
I think he was showing what a lady of the night should avoid, which is Leon. That's
either that, he was just trying to woo the wrong person. I believe it was him and Kata that were.
Kata, yeah. So he may have tried to been wooing him. But needed to show more feet. It's
right. Zach C, what's up? I heard my name. I hope you're
actually one of the reasons that Tarantino didn't direct this is because there is an absence of feet.
It's true.
Well, yeah. And maybe it was originally in the script, and Tony Scott's like, I'm not going to do this.
Tony Scott's like, I'm a boob man, so
yeah.
He's like, what's with all the? He said, Quentin, what's with all the footnotes?
Like, Quentin, we're gonna do what I like. I like boobs.
Yeah,
So
we like to keep the camera closer to the face area.
We're gonna put
Little
boobs.
about 6 inches below the face is a pretty good shot. It's,
Sure.
We're gonna have cleavage and nice clean sex scene between our two main protagonists here. So between
then one in
Alabama
the phone
and Clarence.
booth.
Yeah, the
Well, I mean, but you don't see anything. I mean, it's
Well,
tastefully
that's
done, I would
that's the
say.
one where there is nudity in the first one, in the first
Yeah,
sex
yeah.
scene.
Yeah,
There is in
Yeah.
that scene.
right,
but-
yeah.
I mean,
That's
it's
what I'm saying, you get
dark
some
and I mean,
tasteful
it's dark, but
boobs.
it's there.
Yeah, you get it from the side.
Yeah,
Some real side
tasteful
boob
side
action.
boob.
Yeah. And you realize that only one of the Arquettes got boobs. And
That's true.
Yeah. What's up, yo? Evening, y'all. Can't stay. Have to get up early in the morning tomorrow. Hope you all have a good stream. Well, I hope you have a wonderful slumber and a wonderful Tuesday. So hope to see you tomorrow.
And,
at some point.
That's no excuse, and we will be talking about you behind your back.
yes,
How dare you?
yes, exactly.
It is White Boy Day.
That's right.
I'm sure this clip is going to get played a hell of a lot, which is fine. But yes, because obviously he has finally seen it. Leon Drexl. It's finally officially White Boy Day.
You must have thought it was White Boy Day. Huh? It ain't White Boy Day, is it? Oh, man, it ain't White Boy Day.
But it is White Boy Day. I thought about this. I think a great cosplay would be Leon dressing up as Leon Drexl, and then Eric Jenkins, who we met in MegaCon, could go as his associate there in that scene, and it would just be perfect. So
I'll say
if you
this
know, you
also,
know.
for all the talk that we rightfully give to the Sicilian scene, there's nowhere near enough discussion about how good that confrontation is. You want to talk about just perfectly staged, like intense confrontation. Like that is a masterclass. Like that, gosh, Tony Scott absolutely knocked it out of the park with that scene. Like every time I watch that scene, it's like it gets you on edge because every aspect of it is so well done. Even up to like it's cathartic when he kills him, but at the same time you're just kind of like wide-eyed, like, holy crap, this is pretty nuts.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
that was always the scene that jumped out at me. When I thought about the movie, the Sicilian scene, because it's kind of cute, and Walken is menacing as hell in that. But yeah, the Gary Oldman stuff. I remember watching it. I was like, I don't know who this guy is, but damn, he is delivering.
Rabnab,
And
we
Slater,
gotta
who
sit you down and
you're
let you see some movies, brother.
You're kind of, I mean, up to this point, like all I was used to with Christian Slater is he was just kind of the laid back, kind of had almost like the young Jack Nicholson voice, although not nearly as good an actor. I mean, not a bad actor, but never really got to show off his acting chops. But when he's, he's excellent in this movie. He really is. And that scene when he's going full blown vigilante / husband protecting his wife, and he's shooting Drexl in the face. I was like, dang, Christian, it's like kind of sad you didn't get more roles like this because you're pretty good in this one.
Yeah, this one's really, I mean, it's not because like Heathers, he's very much doing his the Jack Nicholson we have at home kind of acting. This one's a little different. I mean, he's more nerdy, but also when he gets riled up. I mean, like that when Drexl, is talking about you're here to give it all the way. I mean, and talking about it, you won't eat and all that. And he's like, I'm not eating because I'm not hungry and all that. You could just see him, like the intensity there, and it's like, yeah, he looked a little dangerous. You might want to think about this shit.
Yeah, looks like a homeboy came prepared to fight. And Leon, what's going on, my brother? How are you doing?
Well, as you know, this was my first time seeing this movie.
Yes, indeed.
It's pretty fucking awesome. Ain't gonna lie. Pretty fucking awesome.
I'm surprised to hear that because I was when I heard them saying that, I was like, I feel like this would be one right up Leon's alley for real.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a huge, I won't lie, I'm a Tarantino stan. I don't know how I'd missed this film. And for the last year, Zach's have been telling me to watch it, and I was like, I will, I promise I will. And I'm a shitty friend, so I still hadn't. And then when Nick said we're doing this movie, I was like, this is the kick in the ass I need to finally watch True Romance. I can rekindle that friendship, that kinship with Zach's. And dude, I didn't know only person I knew was in this movie was
Slater.
Why am I blanking on? No, not Slater. The actor was Oldman, because all the clips that I'd seen of this were from Zach's show. He used a lot of the Gary Oldman, the Drexl, like the White Boy Day clips, things like that for super chats. So I didn't really know what the context of his character was, how much he was in it. I didn't know Christian Slater was the star. I don't usually like Christian Slater all that much. This movie, exception to the rule. Man, I got so much I can't wait to talk about, because I was quite impressed with this movie.
Did you look up the full cast for this movie?
Only after I finished it, because I want to see who I recognize, who I was right about. When Brad Pitt popped on screen, I had to do it. I was like, "That's no way. Is that?"
Oh yeah,
I had to question if that was actually Brad Pitt.
Yeah, this is the first movie that I saw Brad Pitt, Gary Oldman. I think maybe I'd seen, well, because Goodfellas, I'd seen Samuel L. Jackson, but not in any real like decent that kind of delivery that you'd get used to with Tarantino later on. But yeah, Brad Pitt just stands out. And I saw that in like 12 Monkeys, and then when he does like straight rolls, I'm like, no, you need to go back to that shit. You got to go back.
I used to live in Harlem, so I'd already seen 12 Monkeys. I had seen a lot more than 12.
Yeah, see a lot more of that. Yeah. Sadly, not a lot of time travel in that one. But there's so many good actors in this, but also, I mean, Tony Scott is doing great with the directing. Tarantino's
this is some of
lines
Tarantino's
make
best
really
dialogue work, and that's saying a lot since he's a dialogue guy.
Yeah, it's this one and Reservoir Dogs just stand out as kind of like the pinnacle of Tarantino's.
I actually Pulp Fiction's his best, but I think that this is up there.
I think Pulp Fiction has the most like references to things, and it's memorable, but a lot of it is more what he's shooting, not necessarily the dialogue and exchanges going on. I mean, again, it's funny stuff like, did you see a sign in the yard? Complaining about talking about the coffee and all that stuff. That's just like, it's Tarantinoisms. This stuff, I mean, a lot of like these confrontations in here are much better than what you get in Pulp Fiction.
So I had to pause the movie. I had about 45 minutes left, and I had to pause it to go get my kid from school. So I came back, and she immediately, for whatever reason, I don't know why, runs into my bedroom and jumps on the bed. And I think she's like snuggling the cat or something. So I was like, well, I'm hitting play. And I hit play. And so she's sitting there. She's not really paying attention. I'm finishing out the movie. Then we get to the epic scene at the ending, that shootout scene. And she hears gunshots, and she perks up, and she hops up, and she's just watching motherfuckers get flattened and whatnot. Her jaw is on the floor. And then we get to the end, and you think Slater's dead. And I was like, I'm starting to was like, dude, because I don't know how the movie's going to end. I've never seen it. And I'm not, and Tarantino is pretty 50-50 on whether he gives happy endings or not. So I really didn't know which route it was going to go. And so when she goes, oh my God, honey, you're alive. Her and I, me and my kid, we looked at each other, both like sigh of relief, bro. Like,
that's awesome.
Well, and they actually did film an alternate ending where he died.
Zach told me that. Yeah.
Yep.
One thing also, this movie balances tone exceptionally well. Like it's kind of crazy how often you'll bounce between scenes that are like really funny and then scenes that are kind of downright horrifying. I mean, like even the contrast between like Slater going to get the burgers and getting in that guy's personal space.
Alabama and Gandolfini are having their moments.
Yeah, she's getting the absolute crap beaten out of her. I mean, as far as like watching a woman get beat up, this is one of the hardest one to watch.
That was the scene I had paused right before it started. Like he gets Gandolfini gets the first punch on her, and her mouth is bleeding, and that's where I paused it. So when I came back and I hit unpause, that was what my 12-year-old kid sees. Just like, next 10 minutes of vicious woman beating.
Yeah.
It's like, this is what it looks like when a girl tries to boss against a 250-pound man. She gets wrecked. And but
that whole sequence is so good.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I love, but Gandolfini, with there's kind of that deep, when he's talking, doing the dialogue about, now I just do it to see the
see the expression on their face. Yeah.
And but his, you got heart, kid, right? He's kind of respecting the fact that she's still doing that, right?
Genuine.
Yeah, and he's like, all right, come on, you wanna come at daddy, step right here, and she steps him in the foot, and then here we go, dancing again. Also,
that little moment where he says, "Okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy," and she just kind of is like, "Oh God!" It's like that is actually just such a great little moment of acting because she's like, as bad as it's been, she's like, "Oh my gosh, it's about to get way worse."
And then
there's like
cuts
genuine
to
like
Slater.
fear.
And it cuts to Slater, so you don't, and you're like, "Oh my God, she is getting wrecked now."
And once it eventually cuts back, he throws her through the fucking shower, like that glass shower. I was like, oh, this is because I've got scars on my hands from falling into a mirror once. And I can only imagine my whole body going through that. This movie was so good.
But it's funny though how she is somehow able to distract him by like laughing almost like a psycho and like you look so like silly or whatever, and he like it's enough to be like, what is she talking about? And then he looks in the mirror, but it's just good enough for the moment to rub some shampoo or in his eyes.
Hit him in the back of the head with the
irritation.
Not even a girl boss moment. Completely justifiable. I got shampoo in my eyes last week in the shower, and that shit hurt like a bitch.
Yeah, you ain't seeing nothing for a bit. Yeah.
Right, it's just to cause it like as at least a second
using
or
her
two of a
brain.
distraction.
She's
to
using
grab
her
the top
brains
of a
to get out of the
toilet.
situation.
Yeah,
as much
and
as
then and then when she takes him out, that the adrenaline's up, and okay, shotgun's empty. Well, I'll just beat him with the shotgun and just keep, because you're just venting it out, right? You know, this guy's been terrifying her. And you know, beating the hell out of her, and so it's all coming out.
It's also one of those things to where it makes sense she would win because throughout the whole thing it's building up his hubris. So like he could have ended it instantly, could have ended it quickly, nothing. But he's arrogant, he has hubris, and that ends up being his undoing. Not necessarily that she is better or more skilled or whatnot, but he more fails to his own hubris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know who played Elvis?
Val Kilmer.
Yeah. Quite the interesting.
That was one I had semi figured out before I ended up looking at the cast. Like it was when we got to the scene near the end where Clarence is talking to Elvis in the bathroom mirror of the producer's place. I was like, is that fucking no? And I doubted myself, and I looked up after. I was like, holy shit, it was.
Yeah, I think that's you kind of hear the accent slip a bit. It's not so much Elvis, it's a bit more Val, and you're like, all right, I know who you are now. You know, earlier most of his clips were short enough and very much, you know, Elvisisms that he could get away with it.
Yeah, not as good an Elvis as Bruce Campbell, but I can still respect it.
Or
we got
Kurt Russell.
This is a little 10 banger here from Film Comics Explained. Across the Pond. What's up, Nia? How you doing, brother? Great film, great panel. Like the stream, otherwise you are gay. Yeah, that's true around the world. Worldwide message. Thank you so much, brother. Hope you are doing well. And
that's another thing this movie does. That sorry, I'll wait.
Also, we'll play this clip since we were just talking about.
Do me a favor. Turn around for me. No, go the other way.
Okay.
He looks so proud of himself there.
Dude, that face
like, oh, I did a naughty thing. I hit a woman.
Like, yeah, it's like, oh, the misogyny is kicking now. Like,
also when Nia was all like gay, you had the scene with the cops and they're like when they're interrogating Elliot and whatnot, they're like calling him a little. Anytime I watch a movie, and I'm not gonna say on your channel because I'm I'm respectful, but when they drop that dreaded F slur, it makes me feel all warm and happy on my inside feely parts.
I may or may not have two clips that have two hard words.
Perfect.
Well, Dennis Hopper is going to be one of them, and I know exactly what word that's going to
be. So if you know Quentin Tarantino,
no idea.
In fact, it's written.
Either had no idea Walken was in this movie, and that scene was incredible.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, Walken again. I mean, the menace. You know, when he hits him in the nose and all that, it's like, it's the best I can give you. Everything after that is worse. But you can see him when he's doing the laugh, and you're like, he is getting ready to murder him. And
so long and drawn out. The anticipation of the murder, because from the moment he's telling that story, dude is going to get ganked.
Yeah,
Walken lets him keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going.
And the get up and this guy, I love him. It gives him the kiss, and you're like, oh, he dead now, right? It turns around and gets the gun.
I was on. So I start off this movie. I was like, all right, I'm going to turn this movie on. I'm also going to set up my stream at the same time. Next thing I know, 45 minutes have gone by. I was just sitting at the computer like this, hands on the keyboard, having not typed anything for 45 fucking minutes, just watching what's going on. Didn't feel like that long. This movie blows by the way. Perfect pacing.
Yeah, and a lot of story and storylines. I mean, if you actually sit down and map it out, you're like, man, there's a lot of shit going on, but it never feels like it. It just feels like naturally these are the.
I only started to notice how much was going on once the cops get involved, and that's like the third act. So they add a whole nother story in the third act.
Yeah.
And again, like this isn't to call out anyone, but I feel like this is one of those movies where like you just see the title and you're almost like repelled by like true romance, like it's probably some some lovey-dovey movie, like some rom-com or something like that, but it's like the complete opposite.
Long Kiss Goodnight does the same thing, to be fair.
Yeah. And
I mean, it's like the title, maybe if you're looking at the title in isolation, but if you see it with the poster, you kind of like, okay, what is this, kind of a Bonnie and Clyde type story? What's going on here?
Perhaps, yeah.
So,
but the guy's a nerd.
I mean,
you want
he is once you start watching it. He's very much a nerd, but he turns out to be a very capable nerd.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very much like Tarantino writing himself in a power fantasy. I mean, it's very much that, but it's done pretty dang well.
There's also a bit of Kurt Russell from Big Trouble where just like his reality distortion field affects other people. That he's bullshits and people just love it. I mean, I love the cops. When they're listening, I love this Clarence guy, man. He's crazy.
Yeah.
No, he's bluffing. Oh, he's gonna kill him. Oh my god. Right?
Oh my god, he's gonna kill him. It's perfect. It's the perfect like cut and transitions with the dialogue. Just that goes so well together. And
I think this is it's early enough that Tarantino hasn't climbed entirely up his own ass and become self-referential or just straight up copy things from the 70s that he likes. But also Tony Scott's directing works really well combined with the material that you have in Tarantino's dialogue and script.
Yeah, and I mean, the way I was kind of looking at this movie and looking at the different characters, because I think each one of them really kind of represents a different type of masculinity. So like in some cases, like I know it wasn't intentionally written this way, but I do feel like there's a pretty equal balance for a lot of the characters. And I when I was trying to figure out like, okay, what am I going to title this, and what's going to be like this sort of approach to it. So I don't think it's the masculinity in this movie is clean or very stable, obviously. I mean, by the end, at least the ending that we get, it is fully formed to a degree. But there's obviously there is romance in it. But there's also a lot of recklessness. There's loyalty. Obviously there's a lot of violence. But it's, pretty simple though. There's a man who wants love, who wants some sort of meaning. And yes, he's a nerd, but he wants to be somebody who's worthy of both. In this path that he chooses, that he finds this, affirmation from and the inspiration, from, reading comic books, and tries to put forth this aspiration. It's dangerous. There's,
but which that is one of the things that had I not already known that this was a Tarantino movie, the whole comic shop, him getting the girl interested, showing her comics and whatnot, that would have given it away. That's a really Tarantino. No one else in this era. Nowadays that might be normal, but no one else is putting out a movie in 1993 with a character like that besides Tarantino.
100%. And it's just like, and he has like this fantasy, right? He's creating this fantasy in his head of being able to do these things, and you could say it's a bit crazier, it's courageous, but it's a world that's far more brutal than he understands, and obviously he kind of finds it the hard way of almost dying. But I do think that this is a film that treats masculinity rather well, because it's something that develops in real time of the movie's progression, and again, because it doesn't delay and it moves rather quick, I think it's a good pace for these characters to have their arcs, especially with like the masculinity from like the various characters. And again, some aren't in it the entire time. Some are in it for like a you know, maybe an act or two, but they have a purpose in there that helps the other characters, you know, especially between you know, Clarence and Alabama here. So it's honestly a really great story, and you know, just at play and level, but like with other themes involved to it, it's actually just
yeah, it's
it's
kind
a
of
great
a
film.
Well,
it's kind of flawed people that find redemption in each other
Mhm.
and kind of bring out the best out of each other, even though they're in some screwed up
their
situations,
best
right?
is very weird, but it is
Yeah,
still their
but
best.
but
Yeah,
again,
I mean,
but they get there, right? You know,
Yeah.
and it's you know, his instincts are always kind of,
Well,
you know,
that's why the
the
happy ending does work, because they get it. Like,
yeah
this is one of those movies where, and because Zach was saying, there's a horrible version where you get a sad ending, whatnot. It's like, even though they're all this stuff is like they're doing bad things, like they're doing it for such, you know, good reasons, and because they went out and whatnot. It's like I wanted to see them walk away clean. I wanted to see them get away with it, and
yeah.
I was so happy because I did not think that's the ending we'd get.
well, honestly, there's kind of a running theme with Clarence in particular where he's kind of constantly just playing the hand he's dealt, and he doesn't,
Yep.
you know, gripe or complain about it. He kind of just rolls with it. You know, it's like he doesn't complain about, you know, not being paid a lot working in a comic shop. He's like, hey, you know, I've got a good boss and everything, and I get to, you know, talk with customers and read comics. That's all really cool. You know, he doesn't mind that he's spending his birthday watching, you know, a movie by himself. It's like, hey, you know, I like these movies and everything. He doesn't mind when he finds out that Alabama's a prostitute because he had a good time with her and everything. It's like he's kind of just constantly rolling with the punches and playing the hand he's dealt, and he's just really good at BSing his way through a lot of these situations.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, I mean, he kind of gets some agency and starts to become proactive in life once he's married to Alabama, and you know, she brings up Drexl and all that, and it's just, you know, again, when he's talking to Elvis and he's like, you gotta let him be in the same world, you know, you're in, breathe the same air and all that. And he's like, nah, I gotta, you know, you're gonna be holy or unholy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be unholy. I gotta solve this. I can't not deal with that. But his kind of motivation the whole time is protect her, right? It's why he's so shook up after the Gandolfini thing, because he's just getting burgers and talking Elvis, you know, because the guy's got the magazine or whatever, and then comes back and oh shit, and immediately it's like, we got to get out of here. But he's beating himself up because he wasn't there to protect her, but he's promising that he will be.
Does anybody know if, because obviously this is the same Alabama that's mentioned in Reservoir Dogs, was that intentional from the beginning? Do you know, like, when he wrote this? Or
I mean, he does. I mean, this is likely a self-referential thing and everything. So it's meant to at least hearken to it. I know Tarantino, like, he does kind of have a Tarantino verse. There's some movies that exist as movies in his universe, like the Kill Bill movies aren't like physically attached to.
Yeah, they're movies within like the Pulp Fiction world,
right?
Like that, but I didn't know, because I
think True Romance and Reservoir Dogs, yeah, they are both part of the actual Tarantino universe. So yeah, this Alabama would be the one who Harvey Keitel knew, and I think from what I've heard, she would have met him before meeting Clarence.
What's up, Soul Assassin? How you doing, brother? Where is Blue Collar? Still drunk Ubering. What's up, Enzo? Blue is
a bluty call.
Yeah,
a bluty call.
Bluty call. Yeah,
bluty call. Yes, a bluty call. Yeah, Pulp Fiction is also in the Tarantino verse.
Yeah. He
we got Vic and Vincent Vega.
Vic and Vincent. I was trying to like, there's the brothers.
Yep. Feet, who's the one constant in all of.
No, that's the one thing missing in.
I would say you can tell this one wasn't directed by Tarantino because there aren't feet shots.
I know. It's unfortunate. But yeah, we'll get into it more. So if you're new here and you're like, what the hell are you guys talking about? Well, there's masculine traits, and there's a cool rating system we have, which I am tweaking just a little bit to maybe revealing in the next 50th episode, perhaps next week. But we talk about affirmation, inspiration, and aspiration for each character, whether they achieve it or not throughout the length of the movie. And again, this movie has a lot of great themes in it. which is just, again, it's kudos to Tarantino's writing, especially at this point of his early career. Between the love and the devotion, there's fantasy, there's the courage versus recklessness that Clarence has to deal with. There's the loyalty from the various characters, and father and son, fatherhood. There's a bit of sacrifice, protection from Clifford, and then there's obviously a lot of violence, and we see whose identity is who through the sort of violence that ensues. But to really kick us off here, we'll talk more in depth about Clarence Worley. He's the romantic risk taker. He and look, I think a lot of people out there, and people that might view themselves as nerds and like, oh, I'll never get a girl or something like that. Like, there's hope, my friend. Stay positive. Because look, there's been plenty of times where I've loved going to the movies by myself. And
going to movies in your can be just fine.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, especially if it is on your birthday. Like, you're supposed to just enjoy your time. And then obviously, if you just happen to
I saw Superman alone. It was a room, half full of people, and yet I still felt all alone.
Mm-hmm.
Superman 2025?
Yeah.
That's probably intentional, because it's not Superman 78 or
even Man of Steel.
You don't want to take anybody to that movie. They're going to break up with you. They're not going to have anything.
Well, it's funny because I took my grandmother to Fantastic Four, and that was she and I were both bored out of our fucking skulls.
Yeah.
So
I thought you were going to say, and then she died.
No, but she did write him out of the will.
Leon lost points from the will after he got taken to the movies.
It was great, though. I asked her if she liked the movie when it was over. She goes, "I liked the Rock guy. The rest was really boring."
Yeah. The best time I've ever had watching a movie is I went alone to see The People Under the Stairs, and I was the only white guy in a full theater, and oh my God, was it magnificent. Audience participation.
I was saying, could you hear the movie? Could you even hear the movie?
Oh, it was great. The movie sucks. The audience was awesome. The conversation they're having with people, telling people, no, don't see. I told, that's what you get when you don't listen to me. And I'm like, oh, let's go. I'm here for all of it.
Hell yeah. Maybe perhaps a new or alternate AIA rating here. Attractiveness, intensity, ass.
Yeah.
Could be applicable to both male and female characters.
I'm going to have to throw boobs in. That's just me. Jana may not want the moobs, but I'll go with boobs.
AIB for men.
I'll give Clarence a yellow for boobs.
Yeah. He is starting to gain a bit of weight.
Oddly enough, you can also give Alabama a yellow for boobs.
That's true.
Hers are getting a bit more green in those.
With the right
she called it shining.
Yeah.
GG, what's up, dude? How do you feel it's actually made it here in time for Master Monday stream? Love that. So many amazing scenes, but really I'm glad I didn't miss the Christopher Walken and the Dennis Hopper scene because you're pot eggplant.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're a cantaloupe.
And cantaloupe, yes. Leon, is he hot? The answer is your rating. Slater gets the gator going indeed.
That was one thing I kind of forgot. This is kind of the Christian Slater when he starts to have some substance issues and all that, and he's a bit overweight in this one. He's not ludicrously so, but he's starting to get like that puppy. I may have drank too much or snorted a bit too much while doing so.
Yeah, and I agree with you with what you said, Gord. Where like it's a shame he didn't really get more roles like this, or like didn't get more exposure than he did, because I think he deserved more exposure.
At the very least, he was capable of it.
Right, for sure. I
think he was just kind of self-destructing. Getting in his own way.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. But it's like I liked him in some of his more previous works. Like I thought he was good. And what was that show called? Mr. Robot. Yeah,
I never saw that show. I like Rami Malek, but I never saw the show.
It's weird.
I do think Broken Arrow, as cheesy as it is pretty fun. I mean, it's really dumb, but it's a fun watch. It's the fun kind of dumb.
Yeah.
It's like a nice like combo piece to watch with like Face Off or something.
Yeah, Granola brought up one. I was gonna pump up the volume, and Heathers are the ones that I really like. Gleaming the Cube, not so much. The Legend of
the
Billie
Wizard,
Jean,
obviously.
not so much. Yeah. What was the one where he was where Slater was like a armored truck driver, and like Morgan Freeman is one of the bad guys, is basically like raining the entire time.
Hard Rain?
Yeah, that may have been it.
Yeah. Hard Rain is one of the only Slater movies I've actually seen. I think the reason that I don't like him very much is I'm not super familiar with his filmography, and the ones I've seen, not a big fan of. But
he's also in Interview with the Vampire.
Robin Hood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in the
The Costner one.
The
Costner one.
Costner, Robin
Who's
Hood,
in the Costner Robin Hood?
What's the fuck's his name? Damn it.
Oh. Yeah, I'm having a brain fart.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in years. I don't particularly like it.
It's a standard Robin Hood.
He's Will Scarlet.
Is he Will Scarlet? No,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Will Scarlet. I thought there's no way, but all right.
Yep. Win Taylor's. Was he in 3,000 Miles to Graceland? I don't remember. Was he? Okay.
Yeah. And he plays himself in Zoolander.
Doesn't he play a fictionalized version of himself in Archer?
Kind of. Yeah, I think I know he is in Archer. I can't remember if he's playing himself.
He plays a character literally named Slater, and it's designed.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Like
He plays Slater. So, yeah, which is actually pretty funny.
Yeah, I like him in Archer.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. What season was that?
I don't think he's introduced till season like 3 or 4.
Yeah. It's one of the early. It is one of the earlier seasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I remember that. Okay. Man, I've been meaning to go back and watch that show.
Archer's great. Archer's one of the few. It's like Futurama. It's one of the few adult-oriented cartoons I think is pretty consistently good all the way through.
That's right, Shippy. Okay. Yeah.
I remember one time my brother and I we ordered it out and we were watching Archer, and when the delivery guy got there, it was the one where they were in space, and literally I opened the door. And Archer says, "A black astronaut, Cyril. That's like killing a unicorn." And the delivery guy was like, "What are you watching?" I was like, "It's Archer." He's like, "I need to watch this show." I was like, "Yes, you do."
Yeah.
Color me intrigued. I think one of my favorite, not to go off on an Archer tangent, but one of my favorite episodes is when it's Lana and Archer, and they're in like the swamp. And he's talking about his favorite or his biggest fears,
the
like
gators,
alligators, crocodiles, but like brain aneurysms is number one. And she's like, "What?" Yeah, because it could happen at any time, Lana. You don't see it coming. You could see an alligator coming.
I love the show. I need to go back and watch Archer.
Oh yeah, me too. Another Archer reference. We're passing out Enzo. Yeah, so I think Clarence, as far as his masculinity goes, again, like as I mentioned, he has this longing desire to find some purpose, to find a woman, to fall in love, and it's all this fantasy that he's building in his mind, and I'd say in his heart too. But it's this desire, right? And I don't think that's anything that's wrong. I mean, this is some sort of affirmation that you want to have for your life. Yeah,
he aspires to be like Elvis and these comic book characters and all that.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue going to confront Drexl. That's a superhero moment. That's literally him. Like, okay,
100%.
We're going into superhero mode. I mean, you could you could poke holes in his masculinity, like, you know, if you were to kind of map him onto a modern person, it's like, oh, he's celebrating for the OnlyFans thought. What the heck? But now, for one thing, she's probably far more virtuous than a modern. I mean, she's definitely got a lower body count than a modern OnlyFans thought.
Yeah.
True.
But I mean, here's the thing. Once they fall in love quickly and they get married, and he goes into husband mode. He's like, okay, I'm going to protect my woman. Like, he kind of, I think you could argue it's semi-implied when she's telling him about her friend getting roughed up. He's probably like, maybe doesn't believe her. It's like, that might have been her that was getting roughed up. She's just saying, that's someone else because I don't want my husband to be angry. But however you want to interpret that, you know, he's like, No,
See, I took it literally.
And this guy's at the
isn't-
very least, you take it as this guy's not going to go away.
Right.
You know, he's not stupid. He knows he's a
Unless I
temp. He's
put
not
him
going to just
away.
go away. I got to put this guy away.
Yeah. And I think
I didn't
that's-
expect him to actually fucking kill him, though. I won't lie, because at the beginning of the movie, he's still relatively meek. Like, you see him, you believe he's in protection mode, and you know he believes it. But I figured when the time came, I thought something else was going to happen to put Drexl out. I didn't think he was going to actually go through with it and plug the dude in the face multiple times. I was like, oh, fuck. So we're just speed running this arc.
Well, once you shoot a man in the balls, it's probably best to just go ahead and shoot him in the head too. Yeah, but I mean, again, the minute he takes the gun, you're like, all right, you know, don't bring it unless you're willing to use it.
Use it. Yep. Yeah, and I think that's where, like, again, like this fine line between having courage to do just that, to have your superhero moment. I mean, yes, it is kind of reckless. Like it's also, yes, him being protective of woman that he loves and is, you know, now, you know, married to. And I do think that he affirms this loyalty to his wife, to who he is. He has this boldness about him. And he has like the willingness to act on protection and the love of Alabama. So it's
I think he's also, I mean, he's honest with himself about why he's going there, right? I mean, there's a certain amount of like jealousy, but also that, all right, this guy is, you know, he hits women and all that stuff. Nah, I can't abide that.
Yeah, that's wrong.
You know, and so yeah, when he shows up, and then you know the envelope is like one of the great parts of that, where he's like, this is you know what it's worth for my peace of mind, and not a dollar further. And he opens it up and it's empty. Right? He's like, yeah, this is how it's going to be, or whatever. And okay, here we go.
Not only that, but I believe when he's talking to Drexl, and Drexl's kind of you know asking him, but maybe he has nothing. It's the man who doesn't have something to lose. Or maybe he does, right? So I think Drexl's also trying to figure out what type of man that Clarence is, if he's for real or not. Which, I mean, yeah, he does find out that he's for real. I mean, again,
there's definitely sizing up there. Like that's part of why I love that scene so much.
Yeah,
I mean, you stage it like I mean, for one thing, I think the way the scene is scored with kind of the techno music going in the background, I think that ups the intensity a good amount. That's a great like bit of music to be playing during the whole thing.
Also very appropriate because they're in Detroit, which is you know, kind of your birthplace.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, there's the initial sizing up, and the thing is, Drexl comes off like a clown, so you could very easily, like, you could argue that both men could underestimate the other, because Drexl's just kind of ridiculous. Clarence is sort of a nobody, and both of them are, I think, surprised by the other, and one thing that, because there was talk a little while back of would Tarantino remake this movie as his last movie, even potentially. And I'm like, I don't think, honestly, he could direct this better than Tony Scott did, because one of the things that's really great about True Romance is Tony Scott knows when to show the violence and when to leave something to your imagination. Like, he balances that really well in this movie.
Yeah, as very much demonstrated by the Gandolfini in Alabama scene, you know, with when he's like, all right, you know, no more Mr. Nice Guy or whatever. She's like, oh God, you just hear, oh God, and that's it. It just cuts.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you about to say, Leon?
Oh, no, I was just saying to Gora's, like, you know, I hadn't thought about it. Like, it's something I noticed but hadn't consciously thought about. So I was like, yeah, I actually really do agree with that. And Tarantino probably would go all in on, if he did this version of the movie, would go all in on the like the violence. You know, there's a lot of gunshots to the face that you cut away before anything actually happens. And like, yeah, I think Tarantino would show that, and it wouldn't be as effective.
Yeah. One thing about Drexl, though, is like, at least from the audience perspective, we know Drexl's dangerous because he kills two people before there's ever the meeting with Clarence.
He's a clown before that. Like, I actually remember not taking. I remember I saw it the fucking day. I was thinking during that first scene when she's like, "Oh, he's white, but he thinks he's black," and it cuts to him, you know, in that house and everything, and he's only a white dude, and I was like, this is the character that Zach keeps hyping up and whatnot, because I was like, he's a fucking clown. And then he breaks out the fucking shotty and blows him away. Like, oh, he actually doesn't fuck around.
Yeah. Again, it's hilarious because he's such a caricature. I mean, he's a straight up wigger doing the I'm more black than the black men in this room. And they're all just kind of looking, all right, whatever. And nah, he's ready to go.
Like, I don't know if you heard, if you're listening at that point earlier, what I said, you could totally do a cosplay of Leon or of Drexl, and then you could have Eric Jenkins be the other dude.
Oh my god! That's okay. First of all, you're not the first person to say that that I should do Drexl. So you know what? I'll look into that. That'd be great. But you're right. Eric would be perfect as that big black guy. It's like he ain't white boy day guy.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. I'll text him. I'll see what the next con we're doing is.
Yeah, it was the Vegas picture that Zach sent when you were on the bus that I immediately responded with. Is it White Boy Day? And Zach was like, "Oh shit, that's perfect." It's like, I mean, it looks like it right now.
I love like the little story that Gary Oldman told about taking on this role because they approached him about it, and he's like, "Well, what's the character?" As well, he's a drug dealer and pimp who thinks he's black, and he's like, "I'm in."
Yeah,
sounds great. It's like,
you sold me. All right.
Oldman's like in his British accent. What am I playing?
Drexl walked so Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder could run.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Look, I think he has a good inspiration, right? I think he has a devotion. And again, he refuses to give up his love for Alabama. And I think he has this real emotional and like moral compass and force about him. Obviously, when he confronts Drexl, but it's even just about how he carries himself for the rest of the film too, where he's like, knowing that, I'm going to go to this meeting, this producer, which I might be a little shaky about, but I'm still going to carry something on me, even when it's like, the balls that you have to bring this, bring a weapon, to here. It's like, well, look, man, I could put it on the table, or you could do something with it, So, no, I think we're cool, man. We're cool. You can.
No, it's fine.
Boys, make up some coffee.
Yeah.
By the way, you want coffee with that sugar or what?
Yeah.
It's like you want to coffee with sugar. It's like, I'm not satisfied till the spoon stands straight up.
That's right.
I really did like that character though, Lee Donowitz or
Lee Donowitz.
Donowitz, thank you.
Yeah.
Like he's not in the movie much, but every time he's on screen, I was like, I really like the dynamic between him and Clarence. It's like, there's something about it. They get maybe 10 minutes total of screen time together, but it's really good.
I mean, it's two guys that bullshit for a living, and one of them is in like a better power position, but it's like game recognizing game,
right?
Kind of thing, right? Where he's like, nah, I like this guy. I mean, again, he's because the thing about Clarence is, yeah, he'll bullshit you, but there's also like a sincerity when the motives or the things that the intent behind it are legit. And so when he just goes, all right, so why did your cop friend do that? Well, I bullshitted him, and he's like, oh my god, I love this guy.
That might be one of the only issues I have with this movie from a dialogue perspective is that conversation between him and Elvis, where he's all like, I wasn't, I was being honest with him, right? I wasn't kissing his ass too much. Like, I feel like we didn't need that because we know that Clarence, actually.
Well, I think if anything, though, and granted, I'm not saying they had this in mind, but that's actually one of the scenes I was thinking about after watching it, how it applies to this discussion on this show. Is I actually think that in many ways personifies a good element of masculinity where a man can have doubts, but you have to deal with those in solitary sometimes. Like you don't want your wife to see that side. You don't want other people to see that, you've got some doubts, you have some insecurities, everything. It's like you stare yourself in the mirror, you deal with it there, then you go back out there and you take charge.
And I completely agree with that. I just don't know if we need to.
Yeah, it's like I'm not saying it's necessarily like.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't really have a problem with that and everything.
I think you could have done that scene with him pantomiming it. I don't think there need to be dialogue there. I think you could have had him like.
Well, I think they're trying to cap off the whole.
You have to have Elvis show up again, because I mean the if Clarence had a bumper sticker, it'd be what would Elvis do? That's really like his, the way that he views the world in a lot of ways. That's the metric that he measures himself by. So when he's kind of standing through the end, he has to have some sort of engagement, with Elvis about, I'm pulling this off, and it can't necessarily be like self-congratulatory.
So on the nose with it though.
That's. I mean, I don't know, because it's not Elvis going, yeah, boy, you really pulled it over, and you're going to be successful and all that. It's not like stroking him. Again, there's self-doubt in that, or like questioning his motivation.
I'll definitely need to rewatch the whole movie. This movie is so good. I'm definitely gonna be watching it again. But
I did think about it. That Lee Donowitz is the son of Donnie Donowitz from Inglourious Bastards.
There is a noted relation there between those characters that Tarantino alluded to. Yeah.
I know it's not the best QT movie, but Bastards.
I'll be honest. I'm quite fond of Inglourious Bastards.
I might be one of my favorite movies of his. Like,
it's to me, it's a pretty mid-tier movie for him. To be fair, even Tarantino's worst movies, I think, are usually really good. So to say it's one of his mid-tier movies is like, I think his weakest work is probably Kill Bill Volume 2.
No, it's Death Proof. It's easily Death Proof. Death Proof has easily his weakest dialogue. It's oddly his slowest movie, because it's really it's kind of two movies in one. It's the first one where he gets to kill the girls, and the second half he gets killed by the girls. And granted, that second half has an awesome car chase, but it's not a very well-paced movie. And honestly, the banter between the women is kind of annoying. It's not really all that interesting. So it's like I would easily put Death Proof.
I'll need to do a rewatch of Death Proof. I think the reason I hold Kill Bill 2 in such low regard is because I think the first one is so good, and the second one's such a drop off.
I love Kill Bill Volume 2, and I'll say this: having now seen The Whole Bloody Affair, I actually really enjoyed watching them as one.
I need to do The Whole Bloody Affair.
I enjoyed the heck out of that. I kind of want to do a video about, because I don't know if y'all have ever heard the theory of Beatrix and Oren having a past as friends. I've long believed that theory. I think there's a lot of evidence for it. I'd kind of like to do a video about it. I think there's a lot of allusions to that film to where they were probably friends under Bill's employ.
But, how much did The Whole Bloody Affair add? Because it had, it's like X amount of minutes of new footage. Like, was there enough to add to justify doing?
The anime sequence is probably the sequence that gets the most added, because people used to theorize that the guy who actually stabbed Oren's father, and set the place on fire. Some people theorize that was Bill. The added parts of the anime, Tarantino's always said, no, that's not the case. And he alluded to there being more to that anime sequence. And it actually shows Oren going after that guy next. So that scene's actually a good 4 or 5 minutes longer, I think.
Oh, wow. All right.
Now here's the thing. I can see why he cut it. I don't think it was really necessary. It's fun. It's kind of like some of the extended edition Lord of the Rings stuff, where some of it's not necessary, but it's still fun to watch. But most of the other stuff is just little bits here and there. There's a little bit more with Bill and some of his past. You get to see him. There's a little scene I know they filmed where he fights Michael Jai White, which is actually pretty cool. But yeah, there's some good bits added there. It's pretty fun.
I wonder if watching The Whole Bloody Affair will change my opinion on Volume 2, because again, I really like Volume 1. And
I love the interplay between Beatrix and Bill so much. That's part of what I really love. And I think Bud's an awesome character. I love Bud in that movie.
There's things I like about Volume 2. Again, I actually agree with you about Beatrix and Bill. There's just something about the, I don't know if it's
slower.
I think it's the pace that's so jarringly different from Volume 1 that it doesn't feel like it's a proper continuation, which I know it's Volume 2, not a sequel, but like it doesn't feel like a proper sequel. So watching them all in one sitting was probably might actually do something different for me.
Yeah. I mean, I like Hateful Eight. It's not my favorite.
That's my second least favorite. I do really like it, but it would be second from the bottom.
Yeah, it's lower on my list too. But again,
I think the movie really meanders in the last half hour.
Yeah, once Kurt Russell is gone,
really drags.
Really
it drags without him.
Yeah.
Okay, I know we know someone of a Scottish descent who, I'm just going to fill in the blank here. He absolutely loves this movie. It's called Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Melvin, he loves that movie.
Man of Deepness.
Right. If anyone doesn't like that movie, just talk to him about it. He'll tell you why.
Yeah, he'll convince you why it's great. In fact, he helped fund the sequel.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually do like that movie. It's like I actually enjoy the movie.
I don't hate it by any means. It's just not it's not higher on my list of movies that
you kind of have to have it like like if you like movies like Dazed and Confused, like kind of hangout movies, then Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's like a very enjoyable. That's kind of one of the qualities of Jackie Brown I really like. Plus, I really like the book a lot too. Rum Punch is an awesome book, and I think Elmore Leonard and Tarantino's styles mesh really, really well. Like Jackie Brown's actually, if I had to pick a Tarantino movie as my desert island one, I would actually pick Jackie Brown. It's not necessarily mean I think it's objectively his best movie. It's just my favorite.
So you've said that's your favorite pretty much consistently since I've known you.
Yeah. I really love watching Jackie Brown. It's and it's
at some point for sure.
Also it's one of his movies that actually has it's probably the happiest ending that he's ever done. Maybe you could argue Kill Bill is because she gets her daughter back, but Jackie Brown actually has a very happy ending.
Yeah.
And Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I think is probably his most overhated movie. I like it. I still put it as kind of a mid-tier in his pantheon, but I really like it. I need to rewatch. I only saw it the one time when it came out in theaters. Thought that was good. I like that. And then
I've probably watched it about 7 or 8 times now. Yeah, I
wow.
really like it.
Once Upon a Time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I enjoy the heck out of it.
My buddy that you met, Leon, we went for
with the good burgers.
Yeah, he loves that movie. I mean,
it's a good movie. Yeah, I think people hate on it way too much.
Yeah, he's probably like another big Quentin Tarantino stan. But again, not to go on. We'll tie it back here to True Romance in a second. But like Django Unchained is another movie that I think also gets some appreciation, but also kind of gets a little. I think it might be overhyped to some people.
Django Unchained has a lot of really good scenes, but I don't think as a whole is that strong a narrative.
It has a real problem with pacing. In that movie.
Yeah, it is a bit overlong. It's like yes, some of the transitions between one set piece to the other can be kind of be slow. It's as far as like its aesthetic, it's one of his better ones. It's a very nice looking movie. And the scenes that are great are excellent. It's just there are you could probably shave at least 15 minutes off of that movie and you wouldn't lose anything.
Waylon, Django's a Western for people who have never seen Westerns.
I feel kind of weird even calling it a Western because it doesn't take place in the West like hardly at all.
Yeah,
I think maybe some of the bounty hunting might take place in the West, but the majority of the movies like Mississippi and Tennessee.
It's the South.
Southern movies of sorts, perhaps.
Yeah, it's got kind of a Western aesthetic, but it's not a Western. I've always considered it to be more of an action movie that takes place in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay with looking at it that way.
Well, it's his homage to spaghetti westerns.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see it though. So okay, let's give Clarence some ratings here.
I would say I would probably go yellow, green.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
have.
Yeah, I'd go yellow, green for him.
Yep.
So
that was easy.
That was easy. We need the ice cube button.
Yeah. Touchdown.
Yeah, and just to kind of again tap off some Clarence Worley, just to kind of say again, he's admirable in his sincerity to Alabama, and I think at the end too, that the fact that they do have a child, and you can see them on the beach, like it looks like he is raising their son properly. He's got a cool ass looking eye patch, and it's like he's protecting. The fact that he protected his wife paid off, so now they have a child. Right now, he's embarking in that journey of fatherhood, and
he's raising Elvis.
Exactly. Now he's raising Elvis, so he's almost in some way getting to fulfill and live out that fantasy, which is just again, it's a happy ending. So you don't get it much with Quentin Tarantino, but we certainly got it in this one. So, and Miss Alabama Whitman at first obviously changes her name to Worley, but. I mean, listen, I was trying to figure like what to call her because I just wanted to like call her like a damsel in distress because she's certainly not. She was a devoted survivor because she understood, I think, the fact that she really got into the nerdiness and like the martial arts, like, and whether that have some sort of payoff or she attributed to the movies she watched with Clarence, and then I was like, oh, I'm in a life or death situation here. I have to fight back. Because again, I forget who said it was either Leon or Gore. Like, this is not like a girl boss moment or anything like that. Like, this is a woman
No, not at all.
that is doing everything she can, using everything around her to survive. Whether it's a corkscrew from a Swiss Army knife, shampoo from a shower, the porcelain top to a toilet. I mean, it's just using anything she can to survive until she finally gets her hands on a shotgun. At the end, and then it's like, well, I don't know if this guy's alive. Might as well just turn it into a club and beat the guy's brains out, and so, she's got some good traits.
I mean, I think one thing about like that scene in particular, you have the scene with Clarence where she's busy kind of doing the, I've only been in 4 days. I'm not tainted goods and all that, right? You understand, and I'm not poor Florida white trash or whatever, there's a history there and a bit of insecurity, but like, her forcefully saying that she's monogamous and all that, that kind of gives you a hint at kind of the strength of character she has, even though circumstances may have worked against her, at different times. But when she comes in and Gandolfini is there and she recognizes the situation and immediately doesn't do the, oh my God, I'm going to run, which would trigger a predator response out of him. Instead, she just very coolly walks in, oh, hi, and talking to my husband, will be back. And she's making it up as she goes along. It's not very convincing. But the fact that she's standing in there and trying to not look intimidated is kind of a really smart thing that she's doing in that situation, because to react or try and run or something like that is just going to kick off the violence right off the bat. And she's essentially trying to buy time, with it. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, what kind of stuck out to me this most recent time watching, I mean, I've watched this movie a lot of times, but, obviously watching it with this kind of frame of mind, I thought part of what was interesting, you brought up, like, this was like, I think she said like Clarence was like her third or fourth client. So obviously she's very new at this. And you get the sense that the reason she's like
the third or fourth day.
She said client, I think.
Fourth day, third client.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's obviously very new at this. So probably still has that kind of ick factor about having to even do it in the first place. And it seems to be, it's like the fact that she so quickly met a decent guy. Yeah, part of she had to put a bit of an act on because, she's doing that favor and everything, and she's, doing her job. But she actually likes him, and seeing that he's actually a decent person, it's like that brings out the human response where it's like, I can't keep doing this.
And
like,
having never seen this movie, that's what worried me, was I didn't know when you, because all her that breakdown, I can't do this, I want to be monogamous, all that. I was like, is this a work or is there something here? And for about half the movie, I was waiting for the shoe to drop on whether or not she's actually, secretly kind of a piece of shit and she's been stringing along. And about halfway through it clicks. I was like, she loves this guy.
Yep.
She fucking loves this guy. Like, I don't know if you're supposed to have those sorts of questions or whatnot. Maybe I've just been ruined by
they gave you when you go back and rewatch it, there's a very clear hint that she's secretly base, and that's when she says that she's turned off by Persians.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah. No, I think the kind of the let down the guard and she's trying to figure out Clarence's view on hers, but he's like, no, I had a really good time last night. She's just being like the physical or whatever. He's like, well, yeah, that, but also the other stuff. And that's when she realized, oh, this is the guy just enjoys like being around me and doing that. That's a different thing. And so that's then the kind of, she does this sincerity thing, and Clarence is guarded. He's not looking at it. He was like, man, if you're playing me or whatever, this and that. And she's like, no, that's not what happening. He turns and looks, and they're like, let's get married. I mean, it happens so fast that you kind of look at it.
And that was what clicked for me. I was like, okay, yeah. This is like when they're leaving and she said, goodbye to the dad and whatnot. And the dad's like, I really do like her son. I was like,
yeah,
this is nice.
Yeah. Son of a bitch. She really does taste like a peach.
That was a good line.
Yeah, it really kind of speaks to her character, though. I mean, she cleans up well, right? But I think she just genuinely realized that this is not the job she wants to be doing, and this is not who she is, and that there's something else that she sees beyond this current place in her life, and it is with this guy. And as he's realizing this the same, and I mean, to say, I promise from this day forward, like I'll never lie to you, like mark my words. It's like, yeah, it's a strong statement to say, but you know, the fact that she is loyal to that, and that she you know, will do whatever she can for Clarence. You know, and it's just they're two peas in a pod, really. And I think for her femininity too, it's the fact that she is emotionally honest with him, and even with his dad, you know, who he hasn't
At
seen
least
in
as
3
emotionally honest as
years.
a woman can be.
True.
Well, like part of what's interesting about her is, and I'm already I'm jumping ahead a little bit on the rating thing. I almost think that like she is almost perfectly complimentary in a way, because it's like I'm thinking about the ratings. I would probably think like green, yellow, yellow, as opposed to his yellow, green, green. Like I think like her best quality, I think, is that she affirms his masculinity. You know, she obviously has a lot of like kind of the emotional weakness that you tend to associate with a woman and everything like that. She, you know, she does deal with fears and everything like that. You know, she does get scared for him and stuff, but you know, she does see the value in what he does when he doesn't. I mean, like her reaction is kind of awesome when he comes home and says, you know, he killed Drexl, because he's just very direct. He comes right home, he's like, I killed him. And she's just like, are you joking? And
she's crying. Yeah. And
she's
he's like,
crying,
what, dude,
it's
you
like,
think this piece of shit? And she's like, no, I think it's the most romantic thing ever.
And that was why I had questions. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
is she a psycho? Which she is.
Why'd you do that?
That's
Yeah.
fucking
I
kind
mean,
of psycho.
well, but again, if you kind of look at you know because again they don't really get into her background, but the way that she kind of describes things and how she got in the situation or whatever, it's a lot of circumstances have been bad, and there's nobody really there to protect her. The fact that he did the I'm going to protect you and go do this thing, that's the thing that, because I'm not sure she's ever had anybody
right
that's behaved that way.
Yeah,
and
it makes sense. It's just, again, having never seen the movie, with this being my first time watch, there was so much like that I'm questioning as I'm going through it, because I don't know what to expect. I don't know what
is
the
this a
next scene's gonna
work or
be. And
whatever?
so when I'm doing the first time watch and it gets it's so romantic, I was like, I kind of fucking love her. She's also like, this is a real life Harley Quinn. Like, you know, there's a lot going through my head, but Kojo says, rest in peace, Patrick Muldoon, Starship Trooper, Stigmata. You guys know who starred alongside Patrick Muldoon in Stigmata?
What, Kevin Bacon? Or not Kevin Bacon. I'm thinking of a different movie. What the heck am I thinking of?
Mr. Arquette here on screen.
Oh, yeah. Why was I thinking? Wow. I was thinking something else.
Ironic.
I think it's Sturroveckers. That was the STI that got in my head.
Alabama probably has a great dad.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about like both of them is they hold each other on pedestals. You know, and because they do that, they're both kind of trying to live up to being worthy of each other, right? You know, that she sees that he's willing to do these things, and she's like, that's all right, you know, I'm in it to win it, and no matter what his play is, she's gonna back it. And same thing with him, where he's like, oh, this is great. Okay, I'm gonna protect her, and because that's what this person deserves. Again, it's the complementary relationship to where each person, they're not demanding that somebody gets better. They're like, I like you just like you are, but because of the way you view your partner, you want to be better because you think that they deserve that.
Yeah, and I think what's also interesting is like when you watch, that's kind of what is really good about the framing of this show, is I think it helps in how you might mentally frame the scene where she comes clean with him. And when she tells him that she loves him, if she's done so in light of like confessing all this stuff to him, she's being completely, you know, honest with him and everything. And it's like, I don't know if he's in love with her at that moment until she tells him that she is.
Yes.
Because for him, it is more kind of the masculine side of love, where it's not a completely emotional thing. He's like, wow, this girl gave me the best night I've ever had. And despite having a pretty ugly past that most women want to hide, she's come completely clean with me because of the value I have. You know, she's done this for me specifically. And it's like, I think it's kind of the reaction you just had, Leon. It's like, I think I love this woman back. You know, it's just kind of, she's more feeling it. He's just kind of realizing it.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's why he's so guarded when he's like, okay, if you're playing me, you know, I can't have that. But, you know, the conversation before that where she's like, it doesn't bother you? It's like, no. I mean, you know, it's again, he's just kind of accepting things for as they are. He's not looking
Isn't that
for something
the
that
way
isn't
Gord
there.
described it? He's the plays with the hand he's dealt kind of guy.
Yeah, but again, I mean, but he also has like expectations for other people, are kind of a simple thing, like you just are what you are, and this is good enough. But when she offers him something more, and he realizes that, right? Again, it's kind of the if your partner sees you as better than you are, you kind of want to live up to that.
You will become better because
because the way they see you will affect how you behave and how you see yourself, and the way that you measure yourself. And so again, you have two people that are both kind of dysfunctional and a bit broken and all that, but because of the relationship they have together, they both improve themselves and end up with the happy ending that at the end of the movie.
Yeah. So you said you were going to give her green, yellow, Gord?
Yeah, I think that's probably how I'd rate her.
Yeah, I had her green for inspiration too, but I mean, I could see that it maybe not quite. And this is sort of where like as we've been talking about more movies this year in particular, about some of these characters that not to say that they're more in depth than other characters we've talked about like last year, but more so just the approach and the specificity of their arcs in the movies and that they're in. I'm like, do we go and expand from like almost like a 1 to 10 scale? Because like you could say green, but maybe is that like a 10 green or is that like an 8 green, right? Like so. It's where like I'm like I can almost see her like on the verge between like it being like half green, half yellow. So it's almost like this, she's like a solid 7 out of 10 in terms of like the inspiration.
I believe that is called chartreuse.
So it's like I don't
usually more purple, I think, isn't it? Teal maybe.
Teal, yeah.
Chartreuse romance.
Teal is green blue. I thought chartreuse was green yellow.
Or is it turquoise?
Grillo.
Frank Grillo? What?
Yin.
Yes.
Frank Grillo.
That would be a great, like, if we're in between, you just put up a little PNG of Frank Grillo.
Frank Grillo, yeah.
She's between.
Chartreuse is a green yellow.
Yes, I thought there was a purple in that.
So there's a common misconception that it's a purple because chartreuse is also the name of a wine, but that wine is also green yellow color because people think wine, they think dark, but yeah, no, chartreuse is a green yellow color.
Chartreuse romance.
There you go.
Grillo's pickle. Sorry, Mom. maybe
I actually think that Gord probably had the correct read, and that green, yellow because it is the perfect complementary scheme to Clarence.
Yeah,
I think
that makes sense too.
I think she's I think the affirmation is green because I mean she comes in with like the thing she says about monogamy. I mean she says that pretty forcefully, like that's just part of her nature. That if she's in a relationship, she commits to someone, then this is the way it is.
So monogamy than your monogamy.
Yeah. The problem is that the inspiration and aspiration, I mean, it's to a degree, but it's kind of outsourced to Clarence in a certain way, right? Which kind of makes sense.
I think it makes sense, which is why he is green in those regards. Because
but it also calls into question because we're talking about femininity ratings. Is that the correct thing? Because she's in a relationship, and so she's kind of like he's. I mean, like after Gandolfini's done beating the hell out of her, and Clarence gets her, and they're sitting on the couch in the middle of the the burnout area and all that stuff, and she like cuddles up under his arm and is just talking like, again, he'll take care of it. It's fine. Right. And I think if you look at like in a relationship, somebody at some point has to be the person in charge. You can't have two people going, no, I'm going to make decisions because you'll be in conflict all the time. She just like, nope, I trust you implicitly. Here you go. So I wonder how much, I mean, maybe, I don't know if that's aspiration, but maybe inspiration a bit pops up just on the feminine side because she's willing to put her faith in him because he hasn't really demonstrated otherwise. And she loves him.
Yeah.
I mean, even really like part of what I think solidifies her affirmation is at the end, finally when you realize like when she talks about like the words going through her head the whole time during all that chaos was "you're so cool," in regard to Clarence. It's like her mind is completely on him and that he's cool. He's going to take care of this. He's got us.
Yeah.
Which by the way, it's like I don't remember the exact words how they change in the bad ending, but it makes me all the more happy that they didn't go with it because it kind of undercuts the rest of the film.
Yeah. It's unfortunate the way Coccotti refers to her as
that whore your boy hangs around with. A pimp is an associate of mine. I mean, just pimping and other affairs. He works for me in a courier capacity. Well,
that whore.
Well, I mean, technically, former maybe. He's just not aware that
no longer. She gave up
that her
that
work
life.
status has changed. But
yeah, not sure if you heard Coccotti, but
it's call girl. Call girl is the correct term, as she because Clarence calls her that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You're a whore?
Yeah, call girl is different. Okay.
Yo, GG with the 420. I saw it, dude. For my boy Floyd. Yeah. Well,
You must have thought it was White Boy Day. Huh? It ain't White Boy Day, is it? Oh man, it ain't White Boy Day.
One of the things I've seen that clip a million times at this point, and one of the things that I was always curious about, and it's such a weird thing to be curious about, was why it was filmed at that angle. Now that I've seen the scene and know the context, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, I mean, I know you know the moment you heard it, Leon, but the song.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I got super jazzed when that was happening. I was like, what a fucking Billy Idol in this. Let's go.
I know that Leon hasn't seen this before, but the minute he hears this song, he's going to love this movie. It's
just going to add to it. I mean, I'm fine with this being with what she ends up with here. So, I mean, just a great chemistry between her and Christian Slater too. I think they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
And again, like I think it's like the end when she's just looking at him still. It's like years later. She still feels this way about him the day they first met. She's just thinking all about him and their son Elvis, right? Like she knows that he was the right choice, right? The one that she gave it all up for, even though she just started. But it was like this was just the path that she was going to set her mind and her will on, and whatever came against that, she was going to fight to survive. Literally, I mean, almost died in 2 different gunfights. One where she almost got beat up, by James Gandolfini, who, man, we'll talk about his character a little bit, but just he just plays such a good creep.
There's a certain amount of perversion going on with his that undertone.
I've never noticed, by the way, until this movie, it's completely unrelated beyond just James Gandolfini, how much he and a young Jon Favreau look alike.
Yeah, there's a bit of that. I can sort of see it.
Yeah, I mean, Favreau and The Replacements doesn't look anything like Gandolfini.
So The Replacement's the one with Vince Vaughn?
No. It's with
what's the one with Vince Vaughn?
Keanu Reeves.
The one with Favreau and Vince Vaughn is Swingers.
Swingers. Okay, thank you.
But I mean, Jon Favreau was in, I think, season 2 of The Sopranos. So
was he?
Yeah.
I've never seen The Sopranos, so I wasn't sure. I've seen clips of it and whatnot because it's so famous, but I've never actually seen The Sopranos.
Did any of y'all actually ever see Gandolfini's last movie with Tom Hardy, The Drop?
I haven't seen that one.
I quite liked The Drop. I thought that was a good one. I mean, it sucked that he passed away, obviously, but I think he did more or less go out on a high note. I think that's his last movie. It might be just like his last full movie, but it was actually pretty dang good. I liked it.
Yeah.
Is that Gary's Hollywood debut?
I mean, it's the first thing I remember Oldman in.
I'm sure he did other things before this, but this was one of the earliest things I remember seeing him in. I'll also say Patricia Arquette's physical prime is infinitely better than her sister's.
I don't remember the first film I saw of Gary Oldman.
Roseanne always had a more attractive face. Unfortunately, Patricia has everything else.
Yeah, Favreau was.
Maybe it's because I grew up looking at
Waterboy.
Rosanna in Pulp Fiction specifically.
Yeah, that's a bad take. I actually met Roseanne Arquette when I was like 12 or 13. They were filming a movie in my hometown.
Yeah.
Okay, so before True Romance, Gary had done movies like JFK. Dracula was before. Dracula was actually before this.
Oh, was it really? Oh,
yeah, it was a year.
Yeah, it would have been 92.
Yeah, he also did Sid and Nancy was like back in '86, and that's somewhat.
Yeah, but
well
didn't
known,
Sid and Nancy? I mean, while people consider that like his breakout role, didn't that movie not do well? It was kind of a cult hit.
How you doing, Mud?
Yeah, I think that was more or less a cult hit. I think it got him like a BAFTA nomination for
such a shitty movie, by the way.
Enzo said
that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like look, I love Sex Pistols as much as anybody else who grew up listening to punk rock and whatnot, but Sid Vicious was a fucking cunt, bro.
Oh, he was terrible.
Yeah, he also couldn't play. That's why they unplugged his bass so that the guy on the guitar could actually play his bass lines for him.
Actually, for Sid and Nancy, Gary Oldman was considered like there's a British award ceremony called the Evening Standard British Film Awards, and he won Most Promising Newcomer. So that was his breakout, Sid and Nancy.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely has had a promising career, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he might do.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, he's one of the great chameleons. I mean, he can play kind of anything and do it really well. He's got incredible range.
But I think again, Oldman, like Pitt, is best when he's playing some wacky fucking character because he just goes all out.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Clifford, the father. Which
I wasn't sure how I felt about this character until the scene with him and Walken. I was like, what a good fucking guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found myself thinking near the climax of the film, when Clarence is having the meeting with Lee and whatnot, and he's all smiling and happy. And I was like, he still doesn't know his dad is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he probably never finds out. At least in movie, it's possible he might have gotten word later on, but yeah, throughout the events of the movie, he never knows.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know he's being chased until the mob guys arrive, and I don't even know if he even realizes it when it happens because he gets
it's like
shot.
Who are these guys here for? Is it you? Is it me?
Yeah, we go.
Also, Dennis Hopper. I mean, it's funny is there's a lot of great actors that I think overshadow him in hindsight, but gosh, Dennis Hopper is all-time great. He is such a fantastic actor.
He really is again when he's not sabotaging himself.
Like
so many actors. He's also a pretty good director. Again, when on Blues Channel we watched Colors and Hopper directed it, and I was like, oh my god, I'd forgot Hopper did this, and it's really good.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Given how long they went without talking before leaving again, it was probably understood they might not talk again. That's the feeling I get after repeated viewings. Yeah, because I mean, it's like,
he knows that Clarence knows they're leaving probably the country. Like they're on the run. There's a good chance he's never going to see him again. Now, does he know he's going to die on his behalf? Probably not. He's probably like he doesn't know that he left his license behind or anything like that. Now, granted, you could argue that maybe he realizes it later, but he is a little bit mistake prone. It's like as much as of a kind of a heroic figure he is in the movie, it's like he's still a screw up in a few ways,
Oh, dude, when you're first introduced to the father, and he's all stunned that Clarence has shown up, and then Clarence sends Alabama to go get the beer. And he's like, immediately the tone shifts. Like, you're so much like your mother. I love you, but you're so much like your mother. I was like, oh my god, it's like seeing my own dad.
Yeah. I'd like Hopper's character from Blue Velvet to meet Oldman's character from The Professional.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
You know who else would like to see that? Everyone.
I don't know who's going to sing Roy Orbison in that, but I'm down. Let's see it.
Do it. I do think because of the kind of what he gets pulled into, right? Because of Clarence's recklessness. He has to deal with a lot of pressure. And it's about protecting his son. Like he knows as soon as he walks in through his door and gets knocked out. I mean, it's like when you just wake up and you just see a bunch of guys around you, you're in a chair, can't really escape. You're not gonna be able to fight your way out of this. Especially because they have guns. So
no, the bigger thing is he's an ex-cop. He knows who these people are. He knows he's not leaving this alive, and he knows that they're going to get information out of him, which is why he does. Yep.
But I think he could have left alive had he given Walken what he wanted with no resistance. Walken comes off as the type of criminal that's like has that sort of honor, but this guy, I mean, he's a good guy.
Well, he does.
He
does give him a line. He does give him a line. He says, "Tell the angels in heaven that you never met an evil so great as like he's basically telling you, it's like you're gonna die, and when you get to the other side, you let them know who sent you and everything." He's kind of giving him that, so it's like there's clear menace, underpinning this, because like he's looking at him wearing a uniform. It's like, okay, he's definitely not going to let him live, and that's part of the reason why it's like he's trying to make sure he doesn't give him any information. He's playing it that way, but once he does the whole speech about the pantomiming thing, he's like, well, I'm going to turn that against him and try to get him to kill me instead. Now, granted, he unfortunately has the thing stuck on the fridge, and it kind of undoes what he was trying to do anyway. But he's just like, I'm going to just turn this against him and just try to offend the crap out of him, so he'll shoot me.
Yeah, because again, they're escalating the torture, and he's like, look, every man has his breaking point, and I'm going to try and skip to the end and avoid that, so I don't give up any information.
Yeah.
And I love just his whole demeanor changes as he gets ready that speech. He's like, okay, let's just like I'm going into a different mode here. I'm gonna make sure this guy
Chesterfields now, and it's okay.
Also, this movie, like, people don't really remember, because I mean, Walken's been around for so long now, and Walken has looked old for so long now. When you watch him in this, like he used to be a very like Hollywood handsome leading man type.
Oh yeah,
he was definitely a good looking man.
Well, and he kind of like these days almost plays like kind of clown versions of himself. He kind of self parodies anymore, and this is one of those roles where you look at him and you're like, dang, he used to be intimidating, because he's a unique looking individual, and he's got a unique voice and everything.
Young Steve Buscemi was a unique, oddly handsome, but still unique kind of individual. Yeah.
And it's like Walken, it's just he's one of those guys. It's like it's like when he's in the room, you're gonna stare him down and everything. And he has so much presence in this scene. And so it's a great interplay between these two, because he's got all the power in hand. Dennis is like, his character's like, okay, how can I take this away from him and just get him to do what he's going to do anyway?
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
Did you ever see the movie New Rose Hotel with Walken and Willem Dafoe?
I have not.
No.
I'll have to look that
up. A
up.
lot of people say it's a bad movie. I can't grasp why. So I would be interested in you seeing it and let me know what you think, because I like it.
All right.
I mean, it's a damn strong casting. I mean, Walken and Dafoe together. It's a good movie. At least
sounds like it would be good, but yeah. But yeah, I do think that this is like one of the most masculine moments in the entire movie, because of Cliff choosing fatherhood, right, to protect his son. And granted, like it kind of just comes undone. Like he dies in vain because of the silly note on the fridge. But when there's a firefight at the end of the hotel, very few people.
I choose to believe he didn't know that note was there, and that Alabama wrote it, and she fucked up because she's a woman.
Yeah, well, right, exactly. So,
well, again, I mean, what he's trying to do again is they may find my son, but it won't be because I told them.
I did it right. I think
I'm not going to betray my family.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like again, if anyone ever figured it out, or it's just for us as viewers to know what kind of character he is, but I do think that he affirms bravery here. He obviously has this paternal fatherly love for his son, even though he hasn't seen him in 3 years, right? He hasn't spoken to him in 3 years, but that's the type of
and the relationship is strained. I mean,
right.
Clearly, but he's like, yeah, but you're my son. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I refuse
Well, plus,
to surrender this dignity that I have.
And while he may, his attempt to keep his son, out of their crosshairs might not have worked, he did still get one over on Walken's character, because it's like, Walken's wanting to get the information out of him, and he pushes him to the point where it's like, he shoots him and he's just like, I haven't killed anybody since 1984. It's like he breaks like a streak of like a decade where he's never killed, and he's just like, you know what? I don't need to get the info. We'll get it another way. I'm killing this dude.
Yeah, that would be. It was like, oh, you haven't been annoyed enough to get that mad? Well, I'm your Huckleberry. Let's go.
Yeah, let's dance, partner.
Mm-hmm.
He asked for a second Chesterfield. Hey, can I have another one?
Yeah,
yeah. No,
toss me the pack. I'm going to be here a while.
Yeah, you let us a long story to tell you.
I can do this all day.
You cannot have it.
No,
one you may have. I wiped this eggplant off my hand. But
hey, Gord, he went from being the Father to the Holy Ghost.
Oh no.
The Father protects the Son to become the Holy Ghost. There
I think that he's going to report to the angels a different thing than what Walken told him to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there's going to be some N-bombs dropped in that description. I think.
Well, who sent you here? Well, some
it's like he gets there and like they're already laughing. It's like, dude, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
we were a little iffy on entry, but
yeah, you earned it. You earned it. Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, obviously, I think he's got some good inspiration, and then the fact that he's willing to self-sacrifice himself is ultimately one of the best things you can do, right? I mean, he's got the nerve to suddenly switch up that tone and be like, okay, you want to play a game? We'll play a game.
I also think he does the affirmation that he does give to Clarence and Alabama. I mean, I think it'd probably be green, yellow if I had to wager a guess.
Yeah, I don't think he really has a chance to go
for aspiration, right?
Yeah,
but he's also not objectively bad at
right.
any
Yeah, he's not
white,
negative
yellow.
about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the you haven't seen your kid in 3 years. He shows up with wife in tow, and it's just chaos and all that stuff. And he deals with it pretty well, because when Clarence sends Alabama up, he's like, all right, son, what the hell? All right, slow down. You're a hurricane. When you show up, you make everything a mess and all that. But he's trying to give advice, but he's not really like telling him what to do. Right. He's just kind of checking his role. And then at the end, kind of sends him off with a blessing. And again, at the end, it was like, I'll be damned, she does taste like a peach.
Certainly does.
And then goes out like a Chad.
Yeah. Here's a
call him.
It would have been funny if they took the Seinfeld route and the whole story was about the Moops taking Sicily, but
do I? Okay, that's that clip. All right, here, I'll put this.
Your part, eggplant.
It's the
this guy, yeah. Like
this fucking guy. I'm gonna
believe the balls on this guy. Oh my god!
I'm gonna break my fucking streak here.
Yeah. I actually do think there's some begrudging respect, but at the same time, it's like, I am totally killing you for saying this.
Yeah,
I do think there's begrudging respect.
Yeah, when he gets up and he's laughing, he's like, this guy, and he gives him the kiss of death, and you're like, yep, here we go. But again, there's a respect. It's like, you got balls. It's again with Gandolfini and Alabama, that you got heart.
I think.
And Gandolfini's got a smirk on his face that's very similar in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of looking down on him like, "Oh, okay, it's going down now."
Yeah.
The best part, like what really drives his whole joke home, is at the end when he has to explain to the other guy in Italian, and the guy's like,
"Franco, what happened?"
Like, makes sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Well, also the change in expression for Hopper when Walken turns away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hopper's like, all right, I know I'm getting killed now, Right, you know, and you just see him like, you know, he gets serious, that not the laughing and haha and all that stuff where I got one over on you. He's like, all right, preparing for death now.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy walks in, says in Italian, Franco, what happened? And then Shades over here says this. So.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, the way he just shrugs, like, oh, okay.
Shrug,
Yeah.
like, okay,
Yeah.
That makes sense. I would probably do him into it.
No, I mean,
he's probably like, I've never seen Don kill anybody. It's like, well, this is what he says. It's like, oh, well, then you got to.
Yeah. Got to break your streak.
He
on
broke
that
his
shit.
streak. Damn. What did he say? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't shoot himself.
I'll give you the gun and you do
killed
yourself.
everybody else for hearing it.
I want a sequel though, set in about like 2007 with Don Vincenzo getting a fucking Xbox Live subscription. Like,
yeah,
it's on during COD.
Well, it's like in the final shootout. He's like talking in Italian. He goes like, the black guy goes, "Oh, they're fucking
guys are wops
or wops."
Come out from behind the couch, you fucking guinea. And the guy's like,
yeah.
Well, then, he's like, whatever. The Chris Penn does the Italian.
Yeah.
Hey, come on out.
Oh, it was so good.
It's also great to see, like, I mean, people that are going to be Tarantino regulars, you know, showing up with Chris Penn and Sizemore and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a young Walken.
Not that young.
Not too young.
This is
That's
like
true.
this
He
ain't the
still
deer
looks
hunter.
Good though. Yeah, no, for sure. Even though, yeah, here you go.
My name is Vincent Coccotti. I work as consul for Mr. Blue Boyle.
Blue Boyle.
He would have been around like 50-ish when this came out.
Yeah.
I mean, still looks good for being.
Oh no, he looks
50s.
good. I mean,
yeah.
you know, it's he's definitely got the you know, the sharp dressed man thing going. So
yeah. It's like he's got this civilized approach, even though he is a gangster.
He's above that, you know. Again, I've moved
Right.
up in the world. I'm a consul now, and
Right. Don't need to kill people.
but for you, I'll make an exception.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do my one thing.
Yeah.
I gave up. You know, obviously he does have this, you know, terrorizing approach. But I think for Cliff, like he already knows what type of people he's dealing with. So,
Yeah, because again, he's like, you know, he's like, yeah, I know who Blue is. Yeah.
but I think because of his calmness, again, like this composure that he has, which could be seen as frightening. But he's also very articulate in what in his approach. But again,
that's the far more terrifying thing is someone sitting down who clearly is capable of committing violence and being very calm and rational with you and not hiding anything. You know, again, the you know, when you meet the angels, you tell them, you know, about the worst devil ever.
Yeah, because it's like he uses this this fear, the social control, mixed with his intelligence to, you know, basically put Cliff in his place and tells him, look, you know, this can go the easy way or the not so easy way, but either way, you're a dead man. So
the punch in the nose, where it's like it shoots the brain and then the eyes, the water up or whatever, you know. And again, you know, that's as good as it gets, and I can't give you that good again.
Right. I do like his little line. He's like, right when he meets him, he's like, I'm the Antichrist. You got me in a vendetta kind of mood.
Yeah,
that's a good line.
Yeah, what's up, Cannoli? Best scene in the movie right here. Sicilians respond by.
Yeah, okay, so this is okay. So here's the actual line, because this is what I was talking about earlier. It's like he's more or less telling him right away he's going to kill him. He's like, you tell the angels in heaven you've never seen evil so singularly personified as you did in the face of the man who killed you. So yeah, he's letting him know right away. It's like, yeah, you're not making it out of this, but you can make it easier on yourself.
I've got part of that here.
Do you know who I am, Mr. Worley? The Antichrist. You got me in a vendetta kind of mood. You tell the angels in heaven you never seen evil so singularly personified as you did in the face of the man who killed you.
There we go.
He delivers it in such a matter-of-fact way.
That's
It's
why
not
it's
e-
menacing. There's no. It's not like, oh, I'm angry or whatever. I'm just telling you the facts. Here's how it is. I'm very calm and rational about how I'm, and again, I'll have no problem killing you.
Yeah, and I think because of again, like the complete opposite of healthy masculinity, right? I mean, obviously, it's like it's not going to be the type of character you want to aspire to become, unless you're in that industry, and then well, it's not really the type of good masculinity we're talking about here. So, but I think his affirmation is entirely like predatory, which again, like he's just this guy who's moved up in the world, sure, but not in the the blue collar way. So it's like the complete opposite of where Clifford is sitting. Although like this evil is somehow allowed to, progress onward to see the next day, while his henchmen don't. They meet their demise later on, but it would have been interesting if Coccotti actually went there, but because he's too high above that type of job, it makes sense why he wasn't there. But I don't think that he offers anything that's like he doesn't offer any moral quality.
I mean, I think there's a certain. I don't think he takes pleasure in this in any way. I mean, he's not quite like Gandolfini, which looks like he's maybe getting a little bit of a chub when he's beating her up. Right? He's very matter of fact. Is honest.
Not
this is how this is
I
going
wouldn't
to
say
go.
pleasure, but there is a pride in his professionalism. I think there's definitely pride.
Yeah, and again, but he's honest with him. I mean, he's like, look, I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh, you just do these things. No, I'm telling you that it starts bad and it only gets worse. So you really only have one way out, right? And now he does get a bit subverted because we start to get insulting on this, but I think there's a again the person who just gets off on committing violence and things like that. That's a lower rung than what Walken's character is. Walken's this is business. I have to deal with this. Your idiot child and his whore wife have put you into this.
Yeah. So what would you give him in terms of initially I wanted to go full red, but I think in some cases you might put
I think there's like a maybe a yellow on affirmation, because I don't think he's like anti masculinity on the affirmation side.
Yeah,
I think it's just kind of a corrupted, so I think it's like middle of the road. It's flawed, but there's still things there.
So let's go like
even on the aspirational side, like obviously you don't want to aspire to be but
if
in his position,
going to be a bad guy, you kind of want to aspire.
Yeah, it's like he has moved up the food chain of it's like he's moved up the food chain in the occupation he has.
Right.
It's like, so there is an element. It's like, yes, it's like his morals there's inversion here on a moral level, but it's like if you want to draw something positive from that inversion, it's the notion of having some ambition and achieving it.
Yeah, but I think that maybe falls into more inspiration. I don't know that he's really reached beyond his capabilities or his expectations for what he can do, which is more what aspiration is, right? It's going beyond what you know.
Something like red, yellow.
I was thinking maybe yellow, red.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say red, yellow, red, but not yellow, red could work. Okay.
Well, it should be yellow, black. A little bit of Moors in there.
Yeah.
So leave it blank then.
Yeah, a dark red.
Dark red. Yeah. Which hold on. Canoli, are you technically does your Italian ancestry go Sicilian or what?
It's or what? It's or what? He's mostly or what?
Yeah. Or what?
Let my cat out real quick.
My lineage is Roman, and not Roman of the Empire, but Roman.
I mean, it's possible.
It's possible, yeah. If Roman is also of the Empire, then perhaps Roman and I are related.
It could be. Yeah.
Who knows? So, a lot of Italians in the chat, and I love that.
Cannoli, if it's any consolation, pizza around here's not really pizza.
Yeah, I'm like so I'm 25%.
It's pineapple on like Domino's,
Roman,
probably. So as much as that
I
counts
had
pizza.
pineapple on pizza tonight.
I've had it before, and it's like I don't mind it from a texture or a taste bud standpoint. I don't mind it. However, it's just ethically wrong as an Italian. And I know Enzo just said that he likes it, but again, I agree with Cannoli. That hurts. But Coley, no, I do like my homemade sauce with some Italian sausages too. I want to get to our one of our main characters, because Lan has to go soon. So I do want to talk about Mr. Drexl. And I did see that Ganoa Grin
The Degenerate Alpha. What a good title that is.
Because I mean, he does have this alpha presence to him, but it's like he's just not of a good stature. So
I mean, he's highly delusional, but at the same time, he's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I'm like, he does not fuck around.
It's
whatsoever.
kind of incredible how often those things go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Drexl at least proves that you absolutely can affirm as a different ethnicity and live it.
Yeah,
he's living.
He absolutely identifies, and others go, yeah, it works for you.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally identifies it so well that he has a black guy working for him. I mean, he literally alpha black and white.
Yes.
I see his pineapple heels got divorced.
Drexl is a better black character than most black characters.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Kojo. Yeah,
this is clearly not. There's no way that's his real name. It's like he fashioned that completely on his own. His name's
DJ
probably
name.
like, his real
DJ
name's probably like Derek something. Or
Bryce.
This Gaylord Finkelstein. Stop it.
Because I think again, when you first see him, you're just like, oh, well, he's just kind of like, trying to be a homie, and turns out he's like, oh yeah, toss me that shotgun right there, and then he's like, pretend you're you, right, and then boom, and then just Sam Jackson turns around, and he gets blasted twice, and then he's just cool with the other dude, because I remember the first time I saw him, I'm like, wow, he's gonna kill 3 black dudes right in the same place.
No, the other dude's his buddy,
right?
his partner, yeah.
So, but I mean, his partner's okay with with that crime, but hey, you know what? It's okay.
And part of it is they are working as couriers for Blue Boyle also.
Yeah.
So. Right. Yeah. So there's a
also, what are you gonna do? Call the cops for black on black violence? I don't think so.
Right. Exactly. That's what the shotgun's for.
All I can say is I would dread being in his presence.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
He really lights up a room.
But yeah, he does represent this sort of corrupted performance that he is a bit intimidating, right? And especially when Clarence first approaches him, the balls that Clarence has, but Drexl's trying to read him, and it's like, you've been so focused on me this entire time, you haven't paid attention to the titties that.
No, I'm pretty.
Now that was
as
actually
pretty as bare titties.
What the response from Clarence to the end there, like, oh, I've seen this movie, Richard Pryor.
The Mac.
That was a power move to respond like that.
It was. Again, that's it's I've read you, and he's like, no, you haven't, and
right,
and so here it goes. But I think the thing about Drexl is, if you look at him like in the ecosystem in which he operates, he's pretty well built for that, right? He has a mentality for it. He has, the intelligence, to be good at what he does. He has no problems escalating the violence. And it's not like he just goes out of his way. He's kind of trying to warn Clarence off with that whole speech, right? Where he's like, you come in, fronting and all this, you scared, you need to leave, little boy. This is where the big dogs run kind of energy. And it's Clarence that's like, nah, here, I'm in it to win it. Okay, well, then let's escalate. Let's go.
I mean, part of what's great about Drexl is just they did a really good job with the makeup on him, because he literally wears how dangerous he is on his face. Like, this guy has survived some serious stuff to get to where he is. So it's like, you kind of have to, it's like, if you're looking at him, you're like, he's going to be hard to kill.
Well, he's kind of the polar opposite of Walken in that regards, that like, he is also a professional. He's just, it's a very different kind of, it's almost like the juxtaposition between like,
he's willing to do the dirty work. He's like you get the sense Walken's character.
If we're going to use like archetypal, comic villains, you've got, the Joker versus the Penguin sort of thing. It's like the Joker's the clown prince of crime. He is a crime lord, but he's a very different sort of archetype than someone like the Penguin, the professional mob guy. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I said ecosystem, because I mean, if you have, Don Vincenzo at a higher level, he's correct for where he would be, right? He's a consul. He doesn't have to go out and whack people. He doesn't have to, be pimping and all that stuff. He just collects the money from that. Drexl's lower on the food chain, and to operate at that level takes different set of skills. But again, he's also intelligent, knows how to read people. That kind of
yeah, well, his appearance betrays his intelligence. You can tell he's a smart guy from that opening scene, or not opening scene, but the first time we see him in the apartment with the black dudes. It's like the audience is supposed to underestimate him. I did, and then just like the black dudes on the screen did.
Yeah,
it's like he kind of is playing sort of a clown, but it's like there's some serious menace underneath that.
That's why I compared it to the Joker, was like he plays a clown. That was why I used that specific reference.
Well, and he also uses it to make people underestimate him, right? Oh, this is this crazy white guy that thinks he's black, and okay, whatever. We'll just kind of humor him, and it was like, you don't understand. He's about 3 moves ahead of you on this, and it's because you're underestimating him because of the way he acts and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, because he has this ugly approach to his business dealings, and obviously it's like, when Clarence says like, well, I'm her husband, it's like he's just like, well, yeah, then we're
practically related.
Yeah. God bless Gary Oldman's accent in this, but I think
Gary Oldman's initials inverted is OG for a reason.
Yeah.
And it matches. I think his like Drexl's approach to masculinity here is obviously unhealthy, but I think at the same time it's almost like he functions as a warning to a masculine corruption, that he's okay with being theatrically brutal, right? If he has to gun people down, he'll do it. If someone walks in his turf, like obviously he's going to try to make an example of them, but he didn't properly read who Clarence was, so it was a bit of oversight, and maybe a bit of cockiness of his own.
I don't even think it was that. I think it was that Clarence didn't really know. Like, I think Clarence had an idea of what he was going to do, who he was going to be, but there's maybe it's just because we don't know enough about Clarence yet, because it's still so early in the film. But again, watching it, I was like, is he going to do it? Is there going to be some hesitation? Is he going to chicken out? Like, I'm wondering, because Clarence is a bit of a wild card since he's never really done something like this before.
I think this is someone that Drexl's not used to dealing with, both from motives, but also, again, Clarence. I don't think Clarence is certain.
Right.
When he comes in,
at this point in the film, I don't think he is. See, obviously, this is the event that makes him become certain. Like, this is that main that first real step in the hero's journey that solidifies becoming the hero. But up until he pulls the trigger and kills Drexl, I think
he's faking it until he makes it.
Right.
But he has the motivation. That's what got him here. But he's not sure what to do and all that, right? And so when Drexl does that, you've given yourself away. You can kind of see Clarence like running through his comic book knowledge and what would Elvis do kind of things. And so here's his retort, right? And then he goes to his movie trivia because it's written by Tarantino. You know, that we're going to talk about the Mac and all that. But it's Drexl kind of, when you see that, he kind of reevaluates. He's like, this guy might be a little different, right? And then the throwing the envelope down, where he's just looking, he's like, really? Oh, you got you got those kind of balls. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's do it.
Yeah. So what do you guys think as far as his ratings go? I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Probably
to see
go
what
red on
y'all
affirmation because he's obviously what he affirms is pretty negative masculine qualities. Some of the worst of them, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not really an inspiring figure either.
It's also
yeah, and I don't know that he has a lot of.
Actually, I don't. To be fair,
but I
if
think
he grew up
affirmation
in like
needs to be a little
2001, listening to ICP or something, he would be really inspiring.
Yeah, he actually inspired ICP.
Right.
I say, when did
what you have at this time is a bunch of frat boys driving in convertible Mustangs, listening to Vanilla Ice, and thinking that they're Drexl.
Right.
And then when Korn comes out, not too long thereafter,
then they realize they're gay.
That's when Drexl actually cuts off his dreads.
Yeah. I mean, I think I kind of give a yellow for affirmation because again, he's got the tools to operate in the ecosystem that he's in at the level he's at, right? And he's better than others that are kind of that same level. I think
That's
inspiration and aspiration is kind of where it falls down. So I think it's kind of yellow, red.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah, yellow for affirmation. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, because I mean, I'd initially given him all reds, but again, that's sort of where like I wouldn't say again if we're kind of thinking this as a 1 to 10 or 0 to 10 even at that point, like it's not like it's like a flat out.
Yeah, all reds is like Gordon Pinchon. That's
Right.
all reds,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
This is like, you know, on the verge of being, you know, on that red to yellow sort of, you know, crossing the line. But you know, it's you know, he's only in it for a little while, which is kind of unfortunate because I really do like his character and I like the way that Oldman, you know, portrays him. It's such a unique character, I think in a film, but also for Gary Oldman's approach too. And yeah, just
I think you get all you need out of it, and I think the idea of oh, I want more, exactly, and you don't get it because if I actually gave you more, you would want less.
That's fair. You me green for aspiration. I mean, you know,
Godzilla working on them dreads right now.
Yeah.
I do want to see Godzilla with dreadlocks for real now.
Well, he's going to New York and -0. So
right, yeah, we'll get that.
When he shows up in Harlem.
Okay, can't nuke Harlem with my atomic blast.
Yeah, my barbershop's there.
Right. But he does get shot in the dick, and that kind of hurts. So
yeah, he gets a pretty awful death. Like I said, that's this scene is just like the way, like just the intensity, and this is another scene where Tony Scott wisely knows what to show, what not to. It's like he shows the first gunshot, which is horrific and bloody, and then just shows Christian Slater when he's shooting him in the face, which it's good not to show the gunshot to the face because your focus needs to be on Slater because this is his moment to change.
Yep. It's about that character.
Yep.
Well, it could be about that character, or it could be about this right here. Share my screen before I go, my friend.
This better not be a dick.
All for you, Gord.
There it
is.
Oh my God.
Realistic Godzilla with dreads.
He left Japan because there was child support.
Now, is his atomic blast
no
the same?
kaiju, no cry.
Yeah. No, it's just a big smoke of weed. You know, he hits a huge, you know, Bahamian joint and then blows the smoke on everybody.
Yeah, that's how he actually powers up. He hits that spliff.
And he defeats everyone with contact high.
The smoke from the explosions is all
Happy 420, everybody, by the way.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Day and also Godzilla Weed Day.
That's a strain. It's called Godzilla.
That's perfect.
Could you imagine?
There is one.
It probably is. Just knowing how like crazy some of these like medical marijuana strains are.
You could roll it just right to where there's little pockets up to when you inhale it and they all light up at the same time.
There you go. Yeah.
Godzilla, Bumbleclot. Those are both so good. We were Zillas and sheet.
You light it up and like when the bud burns, it's like almost like a kind of a him wom 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 wom.
Yeah, powering up.
Powering up.
Godzilla minus
more
mom.
high.
Mm-hmm. Godzilla minus 420. I do love that the new Godzilla looks like goo. Like just like that's what the logo looks like. It just says goo.
Yeah,
yeah.
I want King Willie and Godzilla to team up against the Predator. Let's do it.
Oh, God.
I want him to march through the Predator Badlands and kill literally everything.
Yes, kill them all.
He's atomic blast that, please. Send Godzilla there just to destroy everything. You're all a threat to me. I must blow this planet up.
Yeah, let's see killers with Godzilla showing up in that ring. Let's go.
Yeah, right.
That's gonna be done real quick.
And knowing movie plot armor. What's this?
Oh, you have a flintlock pistol. How cute.
No, cutscene is just a giant ass of 400-foot
crater. Yeah,
crater.
That's it. Yep.
Oh God, Leanna, you said you gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I gotta bounce out, put the kiddo to bed, all the dad stuff. But
true, man.
I fucking love this movie. I'm so glad I finally saw it. I'm glad I waited as long as I did. That way I could be part of this. In my stream, coming here and just for the next 2 hours, just talk about the masculinity in this movie, which is so much more than you would think in a movie called True Romance. Right. Because again, like I'd never seen this. I had heard about it. I had heard about it so much. I don't know how it escaped me, being the Tarantino fanboy I am.
Yeah.
But now I think I have the whole collection. I think I've now seen every Tarantino movie minus the one more he has up his sleeve. I guess I never just really considered this one because he didn't direct it; he only wrote it. But
right,
man, was it great? I think on a masculinity rating, I wish, because I'll keep the stream going because I gotta listen to everybody else's arguments, the rest of what everyone else has to say. There is so much like negative masculinity you see throughout this, which again you're gonna see in these sorts of tales. There are really no good guys, only better guys, and because of that, I can't give it a perfect 10, but I think I could give this a solid easy 8. Plus, you do have some just weak, snivelly, completely unmasculine characters that we haven't gotten to, like for example, Elliot,
which everybody hates.
Yeah. Like,
I do have him on the list, so we will talk about him.
So
and talk shit.
I mean, all the characters dislike him.
Right.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with an 8. I think an 8 is completely fair.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But that being said, I'm at like 4 circles. Enjoy the rest of the show, folks. This was fucking awesome. And I will see you guys on the flip flop.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Take
care.
Leon. Talk to you later. Peace. Yeah, let's go back to where we left off with Mr. Drexl here, and we'll play the clip one more time as Leon has to part us for the meantime.
You must have thought it was White Boy Day. Huh? It ain't White Boy Day, is it? Oh man, it ain't White Boy Day.
Nah, man, it ain't White Boy Day.
Nah, man, it ain't White Boy Day.
It's Wigga Day. But yeah, now let's talk about a character that has a very interesting first and last name.
Yeah.
Dick Ritchie.
Dick Ritchie. Are you Dick Ritchie? Yeah, that's me. I'm him.
Yes.
That would have been better if his name was Richard Ritchie, but Dick. Let's go with Dick.
Dick Ritchie.
Dick Johnson.
Johnson, what a big Johnson in the sky.
Yeah. Contestant number 4, enormous genitals.
Yeah, he's an interesting character because he definitely is loyal to Clarence. Tries to be a bit of this comedic part. But yeah, he's very naive.
He's a Labrador Retriever walking on 2 legs.
Yeah, it's funny. If there's one scene I kind of wish they had kept, which would have given just a little bit more to his character. And Grant, I get cutting it out. It's not like necessary, but once I saw it, I was like, I kind of wish it stayed in there. Was he actually gets a call right before they go into meet Donowitz that he got the part?
Yeah, he gets
the
part.
That's in there. That's in the
Is
theatrical.
It?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why I missed it. Well,
yeah,
because leave it out the unrated version.
Yeah, because you have roommate answers it first. This is kind of doing his
I must have looked away when it was playing because I was kind of looking for it, and I guess I got to that part and I must have missed it. But yeah, okay, well, I'm glad then they kept it in there because I was like, that gives a little something to his character, like a little bit more. I was like, oh, okay, I'm kind of happy for him. But yeah, it's like he's kind of a goofball and he's not especially bright. But he's loyal. He's a decent fellow and everything.
Well, he's not that loyal. He runs the fuck out. But
I don't think that's disloyalty. I mean, he don't want to die.
I mean, I think because that part does speak to his aspiration. Like he is trying to become something, and find that purpose. And just the idea of him getting this part is like, oh my God, like this.
I have something to lose.
Yeah, like this might be like my calling now. Like this might be it for me. This might be like my foot in the door. I don't know until we kind of keep venturing through it. But now I don't want to. I just got this job. Like I don't want to, or this gig. Like, I don't want to lose this because actor got shot and died in this horrible.
It's going to be hard to explain to T.J. Hooker that a huge Hollywood producer got killed on my watch. So I got to go.
Yeah. But he obviously represents a less heroic form of masculinity. And it kind of that same thing. You don't know if Richie and Clarence are friends beyond this. I mean, I assume that they probably are, but for the movie's sake, you don't really see them. They don't do this sort of fill in at the end, right? Like where this character went or whatnot. It's all fictional,
he
of course,
left.
But
that's what he did.
He left and went beyond, become a.
He's on T.J. Hooker
star.
Yeah.
But he's not built for these high pressure stakes. And again, not blaming him for getting out of there, but
he's kind of the poster child for ignorance is bliss as long as you're the ignorant one.
Yeah.
In season 5 Justified.
Yeah, that Rappaport actually is really good in season 5 of Justified. He's kind of the primary antagonist of that season.
Mm-hmm. So I had given him yellow all the way down because I think he does have this affirmation of being a loyal friend, and the fact that he has this sort of long time fellowship because it had been a while since they've seen each other, but it's kind of it happens with friends you haven't seen a friend in 5 years or 10 years even, maybe just because life's busy, you don't live close anymore, but the moment you do, it's boom, we've never left day in our lives. I have friends like that where it's just we just pick off right where we left off, and it's if damn, haven't had a chance to get together in 5 years, but man, it felt like we were just having a conversation 2 days ago, in person.
Yeah, I think yellow all the way down makes sense because an affirmation was he's kind of too dumb to realize the situation he's in to a lot of degree, but he does aspire to success, and as everyone kind of recognizes, he's a shit actor. But I'm gonna go out, and he actually gets a part, so he gets a bit of a payoff, right? He's pursuing his dreams as much as a Labrador walking on 2 legs can.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a bit of a beta. Also, what's up, Whitey? How you doing?
Beta.
Beta. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think he does have some sort of inspiration, to himself, to his roommate, i.e. Brad Pitt, the real stoner of the movie.
No, Brad Pitt is absolute. He
killed it.
survives entirely because he is so stoned he has no idea what's going on, and everybody just kind of recognizes like he doesn't even know what he's saying.
You want to hear this stuff?
Honestly, like, okay, so I have zero experience with marijuana, literally zero, and I swear it's like whenever like me, family, or anything are like goofing off quoting movies, if this one comes up, we're not going to defer to any of Brad Pitt's lines. We're going to defer to them coming through the door and him going.
Yeah. And when he's talking to the guys with shotguns, he's like, "You want to hit a bowl?" You know, like,
Cox going, "Oh,
oh, okay." No, so you go really far down. Okay, then you hang a right, and you're going further. And they're just looking at him like, "What the fuck are we doing here?"
Yeah. It's like, do you know who Clarence Worley is? Yep, sure do.
I do.
I do. Yeah.
Are you Clarence Worley? No. You
know?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Know where they're at? So how do you know?
The ambassador.
Well, okay, they said they were going to go there right after leaving here. Yeah.
I mean, look, he doesn't buckle under pressure, man. He's like,
too high to realize what's going on.
He's aware that there's danger. He just doesn't necessarily know it applies to him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and he has no idea what to do about it other than, hey, Scro, you want to take a hit too?
You want to smoke a bowl?
my honey bear bottle.
and you do have that kind of moment of again when the neurons finally fire is after somebody leaves. God, send me. Like, all right. That is my favorite line.
Can't send me, man. Kill you, man.
Yeah, they all leave. I'll kill you.
That's a line you should have clipped. That should have been clipped.
Yeah.
Oh, but like, was there music over that? I don't remember if there was or not.
I
mean, it's like 4 seconds long. I don't think it would matter.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think there is any music over that scene. Maybe TV, but.
Yeah, the TV is going, but it's just that pause. And he's like, "Don't kind of see me, man," and he kind of does the jerk, like, "Yeah," or whatever. Like,
hold on, let's see if we can bring it up real quick. But yeah, I think yellow all the way down for Mr. Ritchie is fair. And
I love the fact that the second page of the letter Floyd smoked.
Oh,
he's like, "Did you get my letter?" He's like, "Yeah, I got it." And he's explaining all that. And he goes, "Yeah, well, the second page, Floyd smoked it."
Yeah,
I do have the scene if you want to share my screen.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
And I've skipped forward to that part.
Condescend me, man. I'll fucking kill you, man.
It's the little like hand
yeah, it's the little jerk or whatever. It's like, its brain is still trying to catch up to what the hell happened. Right? Like,
he is in his own little world.
Yeah, he is definitely suffering from lag.
He's like, I get the feeling I might have been disrespected.
Hey,
wait, why'd they treat me like that? That's not fair. I think this is one of Brad Pitt's best characters.
It is. Again, whenever he plays like a whack character, that's his best work.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, can we get like a backstory of a prequel to Drexl and Floyd? Yeah.
Drexl and Floyd probably knew each other. It's like they just went different ways.
Yeah.
Drexl decided to deal with stuff, and Floyd was like, "I'm just gonna keep smoking it."
Yeah.
You can't smoke the product, man.
Yeah, they both got a couple of bales that washed up on a shore, and they're like, "Okay," Drexl goes and builds his empire. Floyd smoked it all, and now he gets some cleaning products while you're
at. Drexl in New York and Floyd in LA. Yeah, Elliot Blitzer. I was going to use the picture of him on the roller coaster when his eyes are just rolled back.
You know, when Clarence met him, he was like a perfect stranger.
Oh,
That was kind of the funny thing going, because I grew up, that was like one of the first sitcoms I ever grew up watching. We would always watch Perfect Strangers. And, you know, he plays Balky, who's just this lovable, kind of derpy foreigner. And you get to this, and it's like, oh, this is a complete 180. He's not like that at all.
Yeah, he's not like Serge from Beverly Hills Cop. Or
yeah.
Well, actually, wasn't he in like one with Stuart Pankin where they were psychics? He was like a psychic that read people's shit or whatever. And I mean, it was a really
only other
shit
thing,
movie in the 80s.
The Langoliers is the one I remember him being.
That is a bad made for TV.
Oh my gosh, it's such a clown movie,
Oof,
and it's kind of hilarious at times.
It is. It is.
And for numerous reasons, like I do recommend people watch The Langoliers. It's a trip. It's so funny.
It's like, oh, you think you've seen a bad Stephen King movie, have you? Well, allow me to retort.
Like, it's not the worst concept in the world. It's just the worst possible execution of that concept. And all the characters are clowns. The dialogue is horrendous.
Yeah, it is rough. Yeah. Yeah.
And they're reasonably capable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got actually some pretty capable actors in it, but it's just there is no rescuing the dialogue in that movie.
I think that was made for like TBS or TNT or something like that.
No, I remember. I think they first aired it on like NBC or CBS, because like that's where a lot of those made-for-TV movies kind of got their start. Because I remember like when it had its first run, Langoliers had its.
Yeah, it was. But I was thinking Langoliers was actually one of the Turner stations.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, I don't know. It's like I could look it up, but
yeah, it's possible.
Gosh, it's.
But yeah, Granola got it. Second Sight is the one with Pinch.
ABC.
Was it ABC?
Yep.
And it was directed by Tom Holland. Funny enough, he did like Psycho 2 and Fright Night. Of course, he did Fright Night Part 2 also, which is and he did Child's Play. But Fright Night, me and Enzo watched Fright Night 2 a few months ago.
Oh.
I knew it wasn't good. I forgot how awful that movie.
Oh, I remember. I was like, this is only one Fright Night movie.
Yeah. Fright Night 2 is terrible.
Oof. Yeah, he I mean the when he gets pulled over and the girl accidentally knocks the cocaine on his face and laughs, and
she's not having it. Again, she's like, no, I'm not taking the fall for your dumb ass. What the fuck are you talking about? That he keeps trying to insist, and finally she's like, get that out of my face, and it just bloosh right as the cop walks up. Hi, officer.
I swear, when that scene in the car starts, that is the funniest blowjob reaction I have ever seen.
Yeah,
it is.
Just this delightful laugh. I was like, what?
You think he's on drugs, but
yeah, he's definitely done some lines, but he's weaving all over the place in that 930 turbo, and then she pops up when the cops light him up.
Yep.
No, she ain't having it.
And
also, my God, her technique must be fantastic, because her lipstick is not out of place at all when she sits back up.
Yeah, I don't even think she has to readjust her glasses. It's like that's
no. She's a pro.
It's like he probably dealt a little on the side there. It's like, I'm gonna buy me a high class one real quick.
A professional.
Well, she's an actress trying to get a part or something. It's kind of the way it goes. Yeah.
Oh, so she knows Harvey Weinstein then?
Well, they did. They were the producers for this movie.
Yeah, it's also in broad daylight. Like, it's not nighttime. Like, no hiding that.
Well, you're at a 9:30. You should be able to outrun most things. So.
True. Well,
sadly, not
him,
the cops.
Yeah. He's not that good of a driver. So
it's hard to outrun Motorola.
The one thing I appreciate in the movie, though, as much as he's almost certainly getting reds across the board here and everything.
Yes.
He's probably the most pathetic of the characters. I like that he's still a character, that he even is able to you even get little hints of how he's able to endear himself to people who are above him. Like, it's like there's a little scene where he's getting wired where he's actually kind of funny. And it's like, so you see that there was potential in this guy, but it's just that he's kind of ruled by fear.
Yeah, and you know, when he's kind of doing the method acting thing, it was like your motivation is to stay the hell out of jail, right? Just trying to get a character.
I've been trying to find a place to use, because I was like, Da Vinci might help with this because they can get some music out of the way, but I want to take that clip of him yelling, "I just want somebody to take me away." It's like anytime I'm watching something bad, because it's like that's how I feel sometimes.
Yeah, in the elevator.
I don't want to do this anymore.
I wish somebody would just come and save me.
That would have been Primal for sure.
Oh gosh.
And other movies that I could be naming, but or shows, but yeah. No,
I was ready to explain Gendy Tartakovsky's lineage involving Moors. He would just end.
Yeah, you think she's heard of Second Breakfast? Yeah,
sausage is back on the menu, boys.
I'm gonna give you the old Elliot Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, he's just the pathetic character, but yeah, I like that he's in it though.
I mean, he's not stupid. You know, he's not like Dick Ritchie, who's just absolutely a moron. And the guy understands, again, the kind of where he is in the ecosystem of his world. And he does all right at that. The problem is that his aspirations are actually what gets him busted, because he kind of, oh look, I've got, you know, this bag of Coke and I'm gonna, you know, do this deal, probably get a cut. And
he does have one of the funniest lines in the movie where he's on the phone, and because it's loud, he doesn't hear Donovan's right. He's like, "You want me to suck his dick?
You want me to suck his dick?" That was so great.
He goes, "No, who the hell is Dick?" What was the actual line?
Or it's like, "Stop being a dick."
No, he says, "Who the F is Dick?"
Oh yeah,
who the hell is Dick? Yeah. But yeah, no, that's because he like kind of whispers, "You want me to suck his dick?
You want me to suck his dick?"
Like turn around,
because it's like you know he's like, "All right, I'm gonna have
shoulder.
to," but I want. Are you sure? I don't know about this.
Yeah, it's like, who's 50?
Am I allowed to quietly say no to this?
Yeah, do I have a vote?
Do I have any agency in this?
No, Elliot. No, you don't. All right.
Lee's like, "No, Elliot, you just do whatever I fucking tell you to do."
Yeah. And don't ever call me on Sunday again.
Yeah. Which I feel like Clarence's character would have been like, no, but just like fuck with him, you know? Like, I was like, oh, he's really gonna do this, and then
yeah. I mean, whatever Lee needs, okay. I mean, does it improve?
Right? Yeah. Well, this means
get a
that
Polaroid
I get my
camera?
movie.
Yep.
You know.
I thought you told me when I did it to you, it'd be the last time.
This is a funny moment though with Clarence and Elliot.
I said, do I look like a beautiful blonde with big tits and an ass that tastes like French vanilla ice cream?
No.
No. Why are you lying?
Sure of himself.
Different flavor, but
yeah. Peach, maybe.
Yeah. Can't believe it's not peach.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Why you've never seen this?
Oh, yeah. You definitely need to watch.
Oh, Whitey, you have to watch this movie.
This movie's great.
I figured you would have. It's like I figured Leanne would have, and then I figured you probably would have too. But
it's always the edgy people that are actually normies.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, definitely check it out. I mean, yeah, you're missing on a good movie.
Oh yeah, true. This movie's an absolute blast.
Yeah.
And don't worry, it's not like Old Boy where like you find out like a daughter is a lover kind of thing. Nothing like that. None of that Korea bull crap.
No salt burn bullshit. No. This is
right. Yeah. And then just more with his character too. I feel like we're probably in the stream long enough to maybe play this clip. When he's like, there is a way out. You gotta wear a wire. because detectives Dimes and Nicholson are like just busting his balls.
Nickels and dimes. Love it.
Hey, more 420 references. The jokes they write themselves. But this part is quite hilarious. It's not the entire part, but just the last part before they go to like the like their chief of police, whatever, to get the job.
And you'll be so understanding to your wife's needs because you'll know what it feels like to be a woman.
Of course, you only want to fuck her in the ass because that pussy just won't be tight enough for you anymore.
Good point, detective. Right? Fucking faggot.
I'd forgot that he said that.
Yes.
I'm like listening to. Well, I was able to actually watch this at work because it was really slow at the end, and he blurted that line out, and I just absolutely lost.
It absolutely. If I want, bad cop, worst cop, I definitely want Chris Penn and Tom Sizemore. Let's go.
I was like, I was glad I wasn't taking a drink because it would have been all over the place.
Clean up on aisle 5.
Yeah, the delivery on that is so well done. It just the you feel that slap.
Yeah,
on the back,
yeah.
And this is it just.
I do miss unhinged Tom Sizemore. Another unfortunately self-destructive actor, but he was a fun presence on screen.
Yeah.
Is it better than Faces of Death?
Yes.
100%. I mean,
does it have a black man stalking a blind woman? If so, that's a Lionel Richie music video you've downloaded.
But even at the end in the hotel, when there's the massive standoff.
Excuse me, can I leave?
Officer Dimes, this doesn't affect me, right? And just the way Lee's just like bent down and just
like you mother.
He's got that he does like this thing with his mouth. It's like half of it's kind of closed, and he like talks at the right side of his mouth.
Yeah,
but just like he's just starting to lose it. He's like, I don't even care how many guns are pointing at me right now. It's like, you motherfucker, you'll never work in this town again. And then
I
treated you like a son, and you stabbed me in the heart.
Yeah, and again, it's throwing something on him. That's what kicks off the gunfight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what did he throw him? A juice or like
coffee?
Coffee.
Yeah, coffee. Yeah. That's just kind of lit up. I think it was Dimes that was it Sizemore or Penn that shoots him?
I think Sizemore shoots him.
Yeah, and then I said, "Don't free his asshole," and just says,
Yeah, then everything opens up.
Yeah, it turns into a.
I love the
shit show.
I love again. It's absolutely Tarantino dialogue where they go into the police captain's office. And they're talking, okay, and we got this, this big producer, Lee, this, that, whatever. Yeah, he did, body bags, coming home in a body bag. And the captain's like, that's a good movie. And Penn's like, that's a great fucking movie.
Yeah. They just have this little aside conversation.
Yeah, that was the shit, yeah.
Also, I thought I was. I was. One little thing I appreciated about this movie watching, and granted, you can argue that all the parties arriving at the same time, particularly the mob guys, there's a little bit of convenience to make sure we tie all this together. Yeah. Although I think they mostly earn it. One of the little details I liked is if you listen to them as the cops as they're about to come in, Sizemore says, "Oh, I forgot my vest."
Yeah, I forgot my vest.
He just briefly says that, and I was like, "Oh, they included that. That's cool." Because when he gets shot up, I mean, he gets absolutely wasted.
Yeah. Well, and then the way Chris Penn gets killed, right, where he's on side, so she shoots him in the side. So
and the black guy gets shot underneath. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit! I'm shot. Yeah.
He's a wop.
Come out of the behind the couch.
I love, and that's such a thing that people do. It's like they don't speak English, then we're just defaulting to some Spanish pronunciation.
Yeah. Somehow they might relate to one another. Yeah, I mean, I had them to talk about just because they're just like they're good characters, and again, like I think they're not in for very long too, but just the like what they add to the film, and yeah, them putting Elliot in the like the rightful position I think he deserves to be in, but you know it is an opportunity for them to you know move up in their profession, right? Like they say like, oh, we've been doing this for hundreds of times, when they're trying to convince Lee to wear the wire, right? And again, you don't really know what type of cops they are aside from just the decent cops that they just want to get the good case. We don't care who does it, we just want to have our names attached to it, like, because this was our plan.
I think their names are appropriate. Again, they're used to dealing like small time shit, and this is a big bust for them.
Yeah.
And they're like, we don't care if you call it, the National Guard or anything else.
Right.
It's fine as long as we get the credit for the bust.
Yeah. And I do think because they, even though it is a bit comedic when they're listening to the wire talk from the elevator scene, and it's like, he goes back and forth, like, nah, they're not going to kill him. He'll be like, quit being a fucking pussy. Like, and he's yelling at the microphone into Elliot's ear, while he's being held at gunpoint by Clarence.
He's like, all right, you're an actor, mother effer.
Act. Yeah.
It's like I heard that clip and I was like, I'm gonna find that clip because there's a lot of movies you could use that for where there's bad acting.
Oh, very much, yeah. That actually be that would be a great one.
Oh yeah,
to use for God. How many movies in the last 5 to 10 years? Or shows even
most of them.
Yeah.
Anytime Tessa Thompson's on screen. Like I don't think they're like bad cops or anything like that. They've got a negative side to them for sure. I don't know if I'd go so far as to call them corrupt or anything. I mean, it's like obviously there's a moment where like Chris Pence pushed to flat out murder a guy, but at the same time you're like, you kind of get it, because I mean, dude shot his partner and he was needlessly confrontational. This all could have been mostly okay if not for Donowitz's bodyguards, escalating things the way they did. Granted, the mob comes in and things get worse, but they actually could have worked together instead of against each other. And yeah, they're not bad guys. They they got some ambition. They're fairly typical cops who have probably they're just waiting for their chance,
moment.
And
yeah,
here they have it.
Yeah, I think they're kind of like the normal world colliding with the kind of craziness that Clarence and Alabama brought down upon them. And so yeah, they bust Elliot and they're like, okay, we got, because again, this guy Elliot has no spine at all. And so they recognize, okay, we can do this buzz. But the hooking him up with the wire and kind of working with him, trying to smooth him a bit and build his confidence, but also making him aware, hey, don't screw this up, or you're gonna have a bad day. And then them listening in on what's going on. And Elliot, he can't hear them. He doesn't have an earpiece. They're simply listening to the wire. And so like their reactions is like listening to a ball game on the radio, kind of thing. You can just see him getting frustrated, the whole time. But everything's reasonable. Again, when they bust in, it's not, okay, we're going to go in and just start shooting or things like that. They're trying to control the situation, and then it gets out of hand. And so, yeah, they're kind of like the real world runs into everything, this cloud of craziness that's following Clarence and Alabama.
Yeah, calm down, Batman.
I even like I like the way they react even to Clarence. We've talked about it a little bit earlier. It's like it feels very real because it's like this is not their target or anything. It's like he just happens to be there. They don't know this guy or anything, but there's like, oh, we're hearing this guy who's taking charge of everything. It's like, oh, this guy's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's like I really like this guy. He's crazy, you know. Again, because they know, you know, he's yelling, he's bluffing you, he's bluffing, and
Right.
and yeah, just the way he's kind of handling things. Like, nah, I mean, you got to respect the game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're trying to coach him through this, but they just realize, like, yeah, he's not gonna. After they kind of hear more about it, it's like, nah, this guy's, you know, bluffing you, pull it together, act, you know, don't be a pussy here.
Yeah, but again, they're just yelling at it. Elliot
Yeah.
can't hear anything. You know, he's just doing his thing, and they're just like trying to will him to do the right thing. But I love the he's bluffing. Oh my god, he's gonna kill him. You know,
It's like first Penn,
right immediately.
Yeah, it's like, well, Penn first says he's gonna shoot him, and he's like, he's not gonna shoot him. It's like, he's totally bluffing you, and he like he yells at him, like he's gonna shoot him.
He's
like,
gonna shoot
right.
him.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for the sake of their scenes, like, they definitely have this steadiness to them. I think they try to act professional as possible. Again, like, they're not the best cops, you know, around, but
they're just cops. They're just normal guys. You know, there's nothing.
1990s cops.
Yeah, dealing
You know?
with the situation that landed in their lap, and okay, we see, you know, this could help advance our careers, but it's not like we're cutting any corners and anything like that. Again,
Right.
we're the normal guys
Mhm.
in this insane situation.
Yep. Again, they're not like at the emotional center of the story, but they play a huge part here in the third act. And so I do think, like, again, with like what they're trying to do is credible. You know, I think they have, you know, some good inspiration, and again, like affirmation, like, you know, aspiration. They again, as you just said, they don't care if they're not making the big moves here, but they just want their name attached to the bust.
Yeah, they want
And
credit
at
for
that
it.
point. Yeah, just want that credit. But
Yeah, and again, I
they move
Gord's
up.
right that you know, lazy writers would just make these, you know, kind of cardboard cutouts or
Right.
whatever. It's really, you know, you recognize Tarantino through dialogue really establishes you know, three-dimensional characters, and just that, you know, the not so much the interrogation of Elliot, but more that when they go in there and talk to their, you know, their superior,
Mhm.
and that little side tangent about the movie, you know, them, you know, talking about, oh yeah, we could do this, and not really caring about, no, we don't have to be interested. You can bring in whoever you want as long as, you know, we get the bust. And then as Gord pointed out, when Sizemore, right before he's, you know, going through the door, he's like, shit, I forgot my vest. These are the little things that, as a writer, that's how I don't need to have a big trauma dump about your backstory and all that stuff. I just
Mhm.
need you to act like a normal human and to say normal human things.
Yeah. So as far as like what we would give them rating wise, I had green, yellow for them, but what do you guys think?
I mean, I don't see anything that I would rate red.
No, I
no.
wouldn't. No.
Nothing red. Yeah, that it may be green, yellow. That
Green,
might be
yellow,
fair.
yellow.
I think, yeah, it's like, I mean, if it's green, it'd probably be the low end of that spectrum and
Exactly.
everything, but might be
Yeah.
just enough to get it there.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They they definitely brought some funnier moments, which is you know.
Well, again, it's kind of, you know,
not a
some of
bad
it's kind of the
thing.
gallows humor of the job.
Yeah.
But also, you know, part of it is just, okay, we know each other. We've known each other for a good
Mhm.
long time. You know, and
In
we
this
know
together.
you know, our superior, and so those conversations are very natural.
Yeah. And he played as corrupt cop in Natural Born Killers.
Mhm.
I like to think that's where he ended up after what happened in True Romance.
I really
Well,
didn't like
he
that
would have to be
movie.
resurrected. Natural Born Killers is, again, it's Stone.
Yeah.
I has deep message, and it was like, you're not that smart,
Yeah.
Oliver. Stop it.
Yeah. Like, I tried it a couple of times, and I was like, nah, this isn't good.
Yeah, it's a because that it's contemporaneous with true romance in a lot of ways, and is often compared. And I was like, these are much different things.
Mm-hmm. And one is clearly superior to the other.
Yes, yes.
So there are a couple of scenes that I kind of picked out that I thought were good in a masculine sense. Yeah, one of them is the fact that even though Clarence, understands what Alabama, was doing, albeit short, he's obviously he decides that I don't care what's happened, like, what you deal with, who you had to work for or whatnot. Like I'm going to still choose you over this, especially if what you're saying, as we mentioned before, if what you're saying is true and that you actually do love me, you're not joshing around here, or you're not lying to me, because you also said you'll never lie to me, then I'm going to choose you no matter what. And then I'm going to also go make this fantasy come to life. I'm going to go stand up against Drexl, and with the high chance of having to kill him, but I'll bring my gun, and as you mentioned Goodwin earlier, well, if you're bring the gun, you don't be afraid to use it, or you better use it.
Yeah.
But I do think that, again, like we mentioned before, like he's choosing a real person, knowing what her past in history was, and that being like, I don't care, because that's not who you're going to be moving forward. So, but also you don't seem like a bad person either. So, but yeah, I enjoyed the build up, and I thought it was very good for both of the characters. Again, that kind of starts their journey for the feminine side of her support, and dedication to their relationship, and getting married so soon. Like it works out. A lot of times people get married so early, and then it doesn't work out. It does sometimes, but people might think, oh, they're such a fool for getting married this early. And then all of a sudden I'm like, well, guess what? We see what happens at the end of the film. They're married and they have a son named Ellis. So, well, they made the right choice.
Set up to this scene in the opening. He has that little conversation with the older lady, might also be a hooker. They're not clear enough, but the way she's dressed kind of suggests that's what she might be. But and she kind of acts flattered initially, even if she's not like necessarily all that into the conversation. She just kind of latches on to one thing that he says, that she's like, oh, that's kind of funny. But still kind of gently turns him down. Well, as gently as a passive aggressive woman can be, but a lot of women don't understand that saying no sounds a lot better than I don't think so. You needed 3 syllables to tell me no. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
that kind of sucks. But
it's like, bless your little heart. That's far more insulting than just calling me a retard.
And she rejects him on the grounds of like what he wants to do with her. And then he meets Alabama, and not only does he she give him this really fun night, then she bears her soul to him and confesses to him, and she is doing this because of who he is. So he gets the complete opposite with her.
And he again is like defensive at first, because he's like, oh, am I getting played or something like that? But then takes the risk to go, okay, maybe that was maybe it can work out. And it does. So again, he's not just, oh, I'm an absolute rube who will believe any woman that says I like you, but so he has the defenses, but also he kind of recognizes the sincerity of it. And again, they're very complimentary.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about this as well, the fact that Clarence kills Drexl. And I do think the fact that you're going on someone else's turf, right? He doesn't know much about this guy, except it was Alabama's boss, the guy that she worked for. Not a good dude in Clarence's eyes. Doesn't want her working there anymore. She's done. Your past is over. Your present and future is with me now. If I need to remove the man from the course, then I will remove the man. And so, the idea of just being prepared to not only shoot him like he does, But the fact that there's a possibility of him also dying, although if he believes in this fantasy that and again, not to say like that Clarence was cocky by any means or overly confident, but if the idea that he is this nerd who reads a lot of superhero, comics and whatnot, and granted, that is a good way to get yourself killed. But again, just for this, the fictionary tale of this character here, the fact that he is, willingly stepping into someone else's realm and having to, again, like stay focused. Like, I don't care about the shit on you got going on the TV or anyone else around here. Like, I'm focused on you, bud. And you're going to listen to what I got to say. And if you don't, well, guess what? I'll pull this piece out on you and shoot you, which he does. I mean, to shoot a man in the dick first and then proceedingly to blow him away in the face.
I mean, he basically emasculated him and then he killed him.
Yeah.
He's like, because you do this to woman, I'm gonna take away. It's kind of this sensitive thing. I'm gonna take away one weapon, then I'm gonna get rid of you.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take your manhood and then take you out of the Earth's plane here.
It also has a bit of there's a movie with Lou Gossett Jr. and Anthony Edwards where Lou Gossett Jr. is an old gunfighter and Lou Gossett Jr. shoots someone. Anthony Edwards goes, "You shot that man in the back," and Lou Gossett Jr. says his back was to me. Right, and so that's kind of he shot him in the dick. Well, that was kind of where the only thing that was in front of him right at that moment when he pulled the gun. So that's where I shot him.
The trajectory and the angle, that was the precise shot to allow me to continue living. Getting out of this whole entanglement here, but yeah, I mean, I think like the idea of having the nerve, he's protecting Alabama. And the devotion to their relationship and their marriage, it is being brave, but it's very dangerous. I think this is also kind of what changed him, right? That and kind of the.
I mean, I think he's ready to have a confrontation because of his conversation with Elvis prior and the fact that this is really gnawing at him and he knows it's going to keep gnawing at him. And so, all right, I got to go resolve this thing. I don't think he realizes quite how deep the waters are when he gets there, but he does at least have the good sense. Okay, I'm bringing a gun. And then when it gets physical, he does do well in the fight when he's got two guys on him, but sadly, the physics tend to work out. However, Drexl not quite realizing Clarence. Yeah. I'm in it. This is a dangerous moment. My life is a danger. All right. I'm ready to escalate. And I think there's always a certain amount of escalation, recognizing the situation you're in and understand not how you wish it to be, not how you hope it to be, how it is. And what the reality is. And I think that's the thing that kind of escalates to him killing Drexl is he realizes, okay, this guy means to kill me. All right, well then I'm killing him first. And then, all right, and I'm good with it because that was the situation, right? Oh, by the way, get Alabama's things. Sadly, it wasn't actually Alabama's things.
Not quite.
It was the gauge. More things.
Yeah.
It was our lives are truly in danger now type of baggage.
Here are things, you can have them. Oh, these are different things.
Yeah, not quite the things I was looking towards, but yet here we are. Hey, this is real cocaine. Thanks, Dick. But I think that just kind of is a lesson, right? Like that the film is trying to warn us that sometimes in this violent nature, you bite off more than you can chew, and while the contents of the bag was unbeknownst to him, the other aid or the other workers of Drexl, they don't quite know. She doesn't quite know maybe where the bag is for Alabama, or maybe that's what she's thinking of, but or is it just like a flat out mistake? But I also thought about when Homeboy was holding Clarence while Leon, Drexel. Look at the damn chat.
Leon was hitting him, and he just been like, "When are you going to hit me?" I was, why'd you have one of the girls?
Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
Yeah.
No, he kicks him in the nuts. He kicks Clarence in the nuts. I was like, oh, I think it's also payback. Oh, you kick me in the balls?
I'll shoot you in the balls. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the conversation he has with Elvis is he's preparing himself to go all the way. I mean, there's a reason he brings a gun, right? I mean, he's cognizant of this because he talks about, well, I don't want to spend my life in prison, all that. And he's like, getting away with it's the easy part. It's killing him that's going to be the hard part, right? Because that's again a choice that you have to make, and the choice is kind of made for him. Things escalate past it, but again, he pulls it and it shoots. But he goes in there with a sense of malice that he I think intellectually understands he may have to kill Clarence or kill Drexl, but I'm not sure that he knows it in his bones until he's already had his ass kicked. And then he's like, all right, this is the way I got to get out. Let's go.
You kick me in the scrot, I shoot your scrot.
That's right. That's right. Never bring a boot to a gunfight.
Drexel scrotum.
This is true scromance.
Yeah.
True scromance. True scromance.
Yep. Let's see those scrotal chats to support that.
Yeah, guys, the new Skirtle chat donations.
That's right.
Certain tiers will unlock the Scrot Cam. We're trying to create something over here. That's going to be my new grift, much like titties popping out on female streams here on YouTube and Twitch. Total accident. So you might get a Scrot Cam accident. You never know. Could be standing a certain way.
Occasionally you unlock balls. And there you go. There's one out. Yep.
Yep. So it might be the left one, might be the right one.
Yeah, you never know.
You need to pull that clip from Arrested Development for like a certain level of super chat, and he's like, "Those are balls."
Those are balls.
No, it happens. They often look like landscape up this clip. Looking at balls.
Looking at balls.
All right, I have to go find that clip now. Scrot slip. I mean, Rex, sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
You could start a video game stream and call it Side Scroters.
Oh boy. She starts throwing slurs, eating butter, going to Scrot goat can. I mean,
there you go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We also need the SNL clip of sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls. Oh yeah. Sweaty balls.
Well, they're bigger than I thought they would be.
These balls are so tender.
They are, yeah. And salty.
No one can resist my sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls. That was Myers, right?
No, it was Alec Baldwin.
Oh, that's right. Oh yeah.
Baldwin and Kristen Wiig, and I don't remember the name of the other lady. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Was it
before the
Pam?
days.
Was it Jan Hooks?
Let's see.
Side scroters. Playing
Oh no, I was wrong. Okay, it's not Kristen Wiig. It's Molly Shannon. And what was the name of the other woman you said?
Jan Hooks.
It might be her. This is always the one I don't know by name. No, not her. Not her.
Okay.
I don't know this woman's name for the life of me.
Oh, is it the one that played Pat?
No. This was I think the generation after.
Oh, I was thinking it was around the time of the gal that played Pat.
No, that was Julia Sweeney.
Yeah, we
Anna
talked about this.
Anna Gestier? I don't know how you pronounce her last name.
Gesundheit.
Yeah.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, it's Molly Shannon, Alec Baldwin, and Anna Gestier. Like if you see her face, you probably recognize her, but
Yeah.
I don't remember her name, but
She kind of, I mean, I don't mean to sound mean, but she kind of has like a witch face.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I was kind of thinking of her Jan Hooks, because she has a very severe looking face.
Anna Gasteyer. Pray for Colonel Agnes.
Angus?
Agnes?
Colonel Angus.
Angus, sorry.
Colonel Angus, yeah.
Colonel Angus. That is a good skin.
I'm something of a cunning linguist myself.
Cunning linguist. Yeah, hold on. I'm looking at. Yeah, no, okay, I see it. Yeah, and okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah, I remember her SNL days. And she did not age well.
I mean, you kind of knew it from those cheekbones. It was like, oh my God, her skin is just going to hang from
she
the
wasn't
bones.
She was never a looker.
No.
True, but I mean,
age well wasn't in the cards.
Yeah, look away, or maybe it was.
Well, she 100% Boots. So I was like, I can just hear her like cackling.
Resting witch face.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this already, but it just had such a fantastic scene, and I dare I'd say probably, the most masculine. But
I would put it second for most masculine. Like I think you can make the case this is the best scene, but I actually think Clarence confronting Drexl is my pick for the most masculine scene because of all that motivates it. I think all that motivates it.
I think it's also the scene that always kind of stuck with me. I mean, this one is like, okay, everybody knows it because it's meme worthy and it's hilarious, and the kind of malice is going on, the power play and all that. But the Clarence and Drexl scene is the one for me.
I do have that clip, y'all, and I will play it at the end.
Scrotes out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Gotta hit that tier goal.
Men who stare at scrotes.
Yes.
Nice.
Scrotally worth it.
Scrote stream coming in.
Let me clear my scrote.
Later, Whitey.
Have a good one.
Whatever floats your scrote.
That's right.
Wait, is he not leaving?
He's leaving.
White Bear. Okay. But yeah, okay. I mean, I think that's fair though. And comparing the Clarence approaching and confronting Drexl and killing him. But yeah, best scene, second best masculine scene, just because of what it entails. Now, we haven't talked a lot about it. We have, but let's really talk about this one. Because I mean, when she just is all ditzy and walks in that door and seeing a man making this face, holding a shotty with his trigger or his finger on the trigger, and she's just so naive.
I don't know about naive. I wouldn't go naive with her.
Well, she could have just.
She's playing. She's playing.
No, that would have been naive. Would have been to run.
She's like playing I'm a ditzy. I don't know what's going on. She knows what's going on. This is probably like the smartest scene that she's in, because she recognizes the danger and realizes that trying to make a break or whatever is just going to immediately escalate the violence. Instead, let's buy time because Clarence is coming back.
Like she's playing every card she has.
Yeah.
True.
And that's part of why, he ultimately kind of respects her and everything. I mean, that's why he's constantly, he's like, you have heart and everything, but that's not going to stop him. I mean, this guy is full blown sociopath, and I think he's probably the most underrated character in the movie, to be honest, because like Gandolfini's genuinely terrifying in this scene.
Yeah.
He is terrifying in this scene.
He really is.
This really
like the scene with Lloyd is kind of disarming with him because she almost seems kind of agreeable. He didn't kill him. He's not angry. He's just kind of, he kind of recognizes, okay, Floyd's just a goofball. I'm gonna try to get what I can out of him. He gets enough. He's like, all right, I might be back.
Yeah.
And it's like you don't necessarily get that there's true like there's a little bit of menace from the scene with Dennis Hopper earlier, but because he smiles at what's going on, but it's not till he gets here you're like, oh gosh, this guy's scary.
Yeah, this guy off the chain is oh shit. Yeah, and I mean from the beginning when she walks in, and again he's got like this devilish kind of grin or whatever, and you're like, uh-oh. This is not the person you want to be in the room with. And again, the fact that the way she plays it, I mean, she clearly understands, okay, I'm not gonna he has a shotgun, so running is just gonna get me shot. And if there's a physical confrontation, this is a grown-ass man, I'm just getting ragdolled. So she tries to play it for as long as she can. And then when he does start getting violent, she's not going to give him what he wants because it allows her to stay alive longer, which means Clarence has a better chance of showing up. Sadly, he's discussing this excellent article about Elvis in a magazine with someone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just it's the fact that he's toying with her, which again you definitely see what kind of, as you mentioned, Gordon, he's a sociopath, but I think
well, and what's worse, he's a sociopath who remembers being human, and like that's what makes him, I think, so unnerving. Is when he's giving his little monologue about killing, it's like that's a real memory. It's like he's kind of just almost, giving like a eulogy of a past self, and he's like, it's like I remember when I was like you all, like I was an actual human being, which is like he's admitting it's like, this is taking all the soul out of me. Now I just kind of kill people to see their expression change. That's like the only enjoyment he gets out of life. So he's in a way it's like, oh, what's the killer I'm thinking. In a way he's almost sort of got a similar mindset to like Jigsaw in a way, where it's like he's doing it to see if like there's any fight in you, or if there's any heart in you, everything. And that's kind of, it's like, oh, okay, this is a person that shows me something that I no longer have. It's he's pretty unnerving.
Yeah. I would agree. I told him, like, it just makes him a little. I mean, you see how nuts he is, and like the fact that he's just toying with her, like, and you wonder how long it's going to go on for. I mean, when he's making these little like, noises and these facial expressions, you're like, all right, dude's kind of whacked. So I mean, you almost I remember the first time I watched this, I was like, I don't know how soon he's going to kill her, or if she's going to kill her, or if he's going to kill her at all, or is Clarence going to come into the door and shoot him? But it's the fact that he gets played. I mentioned this earlier with Leon. He was on. It's the fact that he gets kind of played and distracted by her. And a good play on her behalf, again, because she's using every card she has, right? Like, if I can try to make fun of him and that might throw him off his game, which it does, because it allows her to get the soap or the shampoo in her hands, and then all she has to do is rub it in his eyes to give her that leverage, and to try and gain some sort of upper hand or some sort of higher ground, which again, kind of leads to him dying. But even though when he's like, now I'm going to stop like playing for real, like, so it's like, oh shit, like what's going to happen now to her? This is how she looks when he was just toying around. What is for real mode? I can't think of this guy's name in the movie.
I don't know what his character name is,
but
I don't know if they ever,
real quick.
Do they ever give it?
Maybe in the credits, but
but I don't think it's ever spoken.
I don't think it's.
His name's Virgil. I don't recall them ever saying that, but his name's Virgil.
No.
It's possible that it's that Walken might say it during the Sicilian scene, but I don't recall.
I don't recall that either. Even though he's standing behind Clifford, and he has like you kind of see the first time he's got this like weird smile to him, like again where he's just like almost enjoying this.
Well, it's when Clifford does the Moors thing, and he just looks at him like, "Yeah, you're dead."
Yeah.
But he likes it too. It's like
but he's like, respect. Again, got heart.
It's almost like the more he likes somebody, the worse he's going to beat.
Isn't he the one who cuts Clifford's hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
that might be where he says his name. He might say he might say Virgil there, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't remember even seeing that with subtitles. But maybe I just looked past.
Yeah,
it.
I think this is when she comes in and she does the and he's like, where's the damn Coke? And it's just like, we don't have any, but there's a Pepsi machine. As Granola's pointing that again, he's looking at it, he's like, all right, it is cute, played out. He's used to people bullshitting him and trying to negotiate and all that stuff, but she's coming across a little different. So he does a little twirl and then punches her, and that's the violence. But now it's essentially, I'm serious. You need to take me seriously, and she keeps kind of subverting his expectation of how you're supposed to behave. And again, he recognizes it when she gets the Swiss Army knife with the corkscrew and is holding it and doing the scream, and he's like, yeah, again, I recognize, you got heart, kid, it's okay, come get me. And then here she goes, right? But down, he's off his game. He's not used to having someone be able to kind of hang with him and surprise him, which is why she's able to get him in the bathroom, right? Because she's like laughing at him at a moment where he's really empowered and yeah, I'm absolutely dominating this, and she's laughing. He's like, what the hell, right? And it's just like, you look ridiculous or whatever. And he looks in the mirror because he's like, I mean, I can't look ridiculous with this, it loses the effect or whatever. She takes advantage of it. She is smarter than she kind of plays, throughout the movie. And this is really kind of the scene that demonstrates why she's streetwise, if nothing else, and she understands men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And violent men.
Yeah, the violence that ensues in this scene is it's pretty wild. I mean, again, like how she doesn't look like as bad as she does after she gets kind of cleaned up is, I mean, whether you call it,
well, he says at some point, like, you're pretty, but this is as pretty as you're ever going to be.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. But start looking bad now. I want to bash your face in. And I want to play the clip again where he whacks her in the face.
Who are these guys?
Oh, sorry, wrong.
Nope,
Do me a favor. Turn around for me. No, go the other way.
Okay.
And it's such an odd reaction to doing that, like I did a naughty thing, and it's man, that's
he's smiling.
It's scary. It's like there's just something really off about him.
Yeah, again, there's a very like sexual element to the way that he reacts to some of these things, and you're just like, I don't want to know how that guy's wired. It's the wiring has definitely gone wrong in that head.
This movie really has a lot of like great like side characters and one-offs. It's
they really do
kind of unusual how many good ones it has.
It is. Yep. And again, I mean, it's a testament to Tarantino's writing as long as the lines, but also the casting for this is great. So I mean,
yeah,
hats off to Tony Scott and whoever was the casting director for this.
Well, yeah, because a lot of these characters that aren't in it for very long, like side characters, they all die pretty much, except for
most of them,
Lloyd and Dick. You know,
yeah,
Drexl gone, Virgil gone, the other Italian guys, which aren't very much.
Don Vincenzo is really the only one that lives out of the Italians.
Yeah. I mean, same thing with Clifford.
But but that's kind of the point is, if you're just going to make, and they shot a bunch of people and it doesn't matter, like Commando, right, where he just kills an entire nation of people and it's fine. But you don't give a shit other than it's just action because none of them are characters. This one, everybody who dies is some sort of character and again, it doesn't take much to demonstrate character. I mean, that the little scene after Clifford is shot, right, where the guy comes in, he's like, what's going on, right? He's like, oh, he said this, and he was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It's just you know that these guys know each other and they're used to violence, but it's like, okay, there needs to be a reason. And oh yeah, that's a good enough reason. So they're fine with violence, right? So when they show up and we have the giant standoff, you understand that they have no problems escalating that violence, and it's because of little things that you've shown, right? Virgil is absolutely terrifying in this because of the little expressions, the little things he says early on. You're like, oh my God, she's in much more danger than you would normally see in this kind of situation.
Yeah, 100%. And like when she finally kills him, I try to get a decent part of it. Again, they didn't have any music or that was super noticeable, but I mean, she just going away, right? And she just kind of loses it because it's, I mean, the rush of the adrenaline, the emotion, the holy shit, this just happened, it's survival.
Whoa, we're not using that MCU dialogue.
Oh, yeah.
That just happened.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I love the fact that Tony Scott goes to her shadow.
Yeah.
When she's swinging the shotgun on him.
Yeah. Here's a Also boob jiggle.
Yeah, we got boobs.
Yeah.
Boobs
also
and
why
shotguns.
I want to make sure
what are we doing?
that.
Yeah,
Shotguns and boobs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Konami, for shooting that.
Yeah.
She kind of went a bit primal there,
Finish
A
it.
little bit, yeah.
She's like, ah.
She Primal season 1 and 2.
One and two.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more of a Mortal Kombat kind of thing there than finish him.
Yeah. Fatality. Finish him. Yeah.
Trutality.
Trutality. Rome-tality. Wait, play that again.
Yeah, can't imagine why. That's
them figgle jizzicks.
Yes.
You missed a good cop clip, Rex.
Yeah.
There's a dono. I might play it again.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay for that one. Yeah.
You got to scrotal chat for that one.
Yeah, scrotal chats for that.
Scrotal chat for that one.
Yep. But yeah, when after she shoots him and again the adrenaline is up and she, it's like, look, I've seen Michael Myers movies, and I'm gonna make sure this guy's dead. He is not getting up for this, but again, just the letting out the anger and the fear and all that, and again when Tony Scott switches to just the shadow where she's swinging and you hear somebody stirring macaroni every time she hits, and it's like, all right, well, here we go. It's
but a great moment though, because Clarence arrives right as it's all ending.
Yep.
And he's got gun in hand, and just get the hell out of here, go to an airport. I hate airports. Used to. Used to, yeah. But yeah, he's taking care of her, right? He's trying to clean her up, tend to her wounds.
Well, again, she despite what has happened and the fact that Clarence wasn't there or whatever, she just immediately was like, yeah, okay, it's fine, he'll take care of me, and there you go.
Yeah, it's taking care of his woman.
It's not blame for something that really Clarence has no responsibility for, right? I mean, he's not, okay, we're just both going to be in the room together the whole time or whatever. Yeah, I'll run get something, everything's going well, and of course she's going to take a bath and then watch porn until he gets back. That's the conversation they have. It doesn't quite go that way. But yeah, everything's fine. And she doesn't have the, oh, you did this to me, try to project. She's like, again, much like Clarence, this is the situation, and I just dealt with it, that it is what it is.
Right. For granola for the $2 scrotal sack tax.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, Rex. Here you go. Here's just going for you.
Now, do you also give him the cop one because we said that that we're required to?
Is that for both clips, or is that?
I think you got to do both. Yeah, because we were unclear, and he was not precise.
Well, the context for this Rex is beta male gets captured for getting bad roadhead because he can't drive, and has a bunch of cocaine thrown in his face in a Porsche. So again, why not watch this movie because of that scene alone? But then two detectives are trying to get him to break him, and then he eventually wears a wire. But this is the prelude to it.
And you'll be so understanding to your wife's needs because you'll know what it feels like to be a woman.
Of course, you only want to fuck her in the ass because that pussy just won't be tight enough for you anymore.
Good point, detective. Right? Fucking faggot.
Holy shit, I love that clip.
Yeah, it's no, you're gonna do 2 years, and here are some of the benefits of those 2 years.
It's just the way he smacks his back.
Yeah, the disgust when he says it.
Yeah, the enunciation is just yeah.
He hates French bread.
And now I gotta watch the movie, Rex. You'll enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
I said this earlier. I feel like a lot of people, like at for first glance, like it maybe it's the body and clad that they don't like, or it's the fact that romance is in the title. Like until you maybe read the description and then maybe watch a trailer of it, which I don't even remember what the actual trailer was back in '93 for this movie, but I'm assuming it's somewhere on the YouTubes. But until you see people and hear people talk about it, you're just like, oh, now I'm intrigued, right? Because this is not at all what I expected to come from a movie that has true romance, that maybe it has some some action involved because of maybe a potential Bonnie and Clyde story, but I mean it is far more than that when you look at some of the scenes that are in here and these characters, the side characters, the main characters. So
I think the funny thing is that I mean it really is a movie about romance. And
for sure,
love,
at the end of the day,
right?
it is.
And but true is there for a reason, because the world is shitty. But it's that the romance between the two of them that get them through into the happy ending. And again, that they're flawed characters to begin with, and they complement each other, and both become better because of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So don't be averse to a movie because of the word romance in the title. I mean, that's men kind of were the original romantics, and in a way, that's kind of what makes this movie true in that sense, is because this is a far more masculine depiction of romance. It's like that's, obviously it's a dark kind of criminal underbelly, environment, but it's like this movie is in no way like a chick flick or anything like that. It's not that. It's not that kind of garbage romance where it's romantic because somebody's cheating on somebody else.
Yeah, it's not Harlequin romance. It's true romance in like the fullest sense. And yeah, it reminds of the Dead Poet Society line. Why do men write poetry? It's wrong to woo women.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the point, and that's kind of where romance comes from to begin with.
Mm-hmm. With the 5-banger, GG, I haven't super chatted anyway with $5 since 1984. Thanks, fellow, for an awesome review. True romance, too many more masculine monies. Appreciate that, sir. If sounds like you're heading out, but if you are, then dude, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the donos, and hope you have a good night. And
well, he knows the Moors are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that
change the blood.
Eggplant.
What was the other one? I have that one. Yeah, sorry. Talking about the hotel shootout, we'll play this.
Who are these guys? Put your fucking guns
those
down.
fucking guns
Put them down! Put them down, motherfucker! Put them down!
This is going well.
I love that. Gosh, so many movies would forget to treat these characters like their characters in the scene, where they would just have the cops be just these blank slates who are just yelling, put it down, put it down. It's like, no, the minute they see them walk in, there's genuine fear.
Yeah.
Like Tom Sizemore's voice is like, this is not what we signed up for.
Yeah. You
This
can
was
take my
supposed to
name
be
off
an
the
easy
case.
bug.
Thanks. I'm fine.
I mean, it's like it's already bad enough. You got the two guys with machine guns in there who are not cooperating. They're like, crap, we thought this was going to be easy. Then these guys show up. They're like, this is not going to end well, is it?
No. This just keeps escalating, and I'm not happy about this at all.
Maybe we should have had some SWAT guys come in here instead.
Yeah, you need the Blues Brothers with the hut as they come down the side of the building, and
because doesn't the guy with the blonde?
Yeah, he's like, I hate
blonde
cops.
hair?
Tells Lee.
Yeah, and he's like, you put him down. You just like, I think he says like, we'll blow you away, or
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
or we'll kill you. Or
Yeah, it's
something
like
that.
their weapons are just that much better. It's like, it's like, and I'm like, he's kind of right.
Yeah, I'm like, it kind of does have a point. They could have just left the room at that point, maybe, or something. But yeah, they're like, nah. And then wait, who are these guys? Like,
Yeah. Then the Italians show up. They're like, oh, this is a little more populated than I thought. What the hell?
This is the pre-party
Wops
meeting
versus cops.
Yeah. Put it down. The shot
with
the
a-
gun.
Put it down
with a
and
dash of the
shotgun.
Jew.
Yeah.
Yeah, starring. He's the
Who
host.
starts it all off? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Officer Dimes, can I?
Of course, it's the Jew. Pits him on another
Exactly. Yeah.
Officer Dimes, can I leave here? You son of a bitch.
This isn't about me. I can just
Yeah.
time out. I want to go home now.
God, I mean, what if the cops were like, just let them get the shit beat out of them? But yeah, throwing hot coffee on him, not quite the reason I would shoot a guy.
Well, again, I mean, you got an assault on the guy who's your informer. You're right
Yeah,
there,
it
and you're
is
like, okay,
technically
I got to stop
assault,
this because
so-
he's escalating violence. I got to put him down. But again, there's a whole lot of people with guns pulled out. Let's not be hasty
I
about
know.
pulling the trigger, shall we?
Yeah, so it's like you just started a chain reaction of violence and death here. So, but like we mentioned it earlier, the fact that Nicholson doesn't have his vest, right?
Sizemore,
yeah, and the fact that it's like, wow,
and he's the one that fires first.
Yep.
yeah, it's the fact that he doesn't he forgets that, doesn't decide to go back and get it, like, oh, it's okay, we won't escalate to that point. Well, it certainly does.
Well, I mean, we're at the door. It's a little late,
Right.
to bring that up. But but I think again, it also kind of speaks to Nickel and Dimes that they care about Elliot. Not just he's kind of he's a piece of shit. He's going to turn over or whatever. But the fact he's cooperating, right? And then they're kind of rooting for him in the elevator, and they're also being impressed with Clarence and all that, right? They're invested in the people, and so when Lee, somebody they really don't know other than here's the target, goes after their informer, okay, I'm popping off, and unfortunately, that causes the cascade that gets everybody killed.
Mhm.
And much like when Chris Penn shoots blonde guy at the end, right? Because Sizemore, you killed my partner.
Oh, yeah, he says, give me an
Need an
ambulance.
ambulance. Need an ambulance.
Yeah.
I'll send you. I'll send you.
I'll send you. He
copy.
goes, I'll call a
Coroner.
hearse. I'll call a hearse.
Hearse,
Yeah, I'll send you a hearse.
Yeah, bang, bang, and then that gets Alabama's
Alabama
attention,
pissed
and
off.
she has the pistol, and
She knows that
like,
he's the
shut
one who
up.
shot Clarence. So
Yeah. Fuck. And she's like, "Fuck you," or
yeah.
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 She shoots him right in the worst spot too.
Yep.
It's like, damn. Everyone's dead there.
Well, I mean, obviously the movie's making sure that there's no witnesses to their survival, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it's eliminate everybody but our protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
Thankfully, Dick ran out.
Mm-hmm.
he did. But it's also, I think no one would probably suspect her of
That was all
killing
she screwed
anyone.
for Dick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
Dick knew he couldn't measure up. No, I mean, again, she's okay. Kill that now. much like Clarence did when she killed the Gandolfini, and he's like, okay, we gotta go. She's essentially doing that with him. She's like, all right, I can't see that. Yeah, it's because you're bleeding, but let's go.
Yeah, you're all right. Put your glasses on. You're alive. You're breathing. We can leave.
And again, I think kind of their superpower is here's the situation. We accept it as it is and respond accordingly. And it's not a lot of wishing and hoping and what about this or whatever. Nope, just rolling through it and get to where we need to be, and it keeps them ahead of everybody.
Yeah, they are definitely hitting those high D20 dice rolls from being able to escape these very.
Yeah, they definitely invested all of their points in stealth and,
and charisma. Yeah. You took some. Sorry, Alabama. You did take some damage, but you still have hit points left over.
Yeah.
So we'll try to get that HP back up. But
use my charisma and claim that he looks ridiculous and hope that he looks in the mirror.
Oh shit, Clarence, you've been wounded, but there's a chance. There's a saving throw. Let's see.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Boom, you got your saving throw. Nice. Congratulations.
You are going to be one-eyed, but
yeah. Thus, moving forward, you'll be known as One-Eye Clarence.
Yep.
Clarence One Eye. But
it'll just be elves instead of Elvis.
All right.
It must be Wit Boy Day.
Wit Boy Day. Height Boy Day. Hit Boy Day. But yeah, I think just the scene overall, the being violent, but it's the payoff that Alabama has to protect him now. I mean, I think was it Dimes at the end almost walked out of there alive, but
yeah, again, he kind of drew attention to himself when he shot Blondie for
he could just let
killing his partner, and that's when she pops up and is like, oh, bang bang.
Yep, could have let her bleed out, but yeah, some sacrifice there. But I think the two of them just again, they evoked the real message about the title. It's which is good though. I mean, I think the path that they go through, pays off in the end. It's like these are definitely some. I think they were hoping to make some right decisions, even though they knew that they were in some some depth here, or deeper waters because of the suitcase full of coke that they have. But the idea that they could find a way out of this and live on and not have to deal with anything. I mean, because of an all-out shootout allows them to kind of get away, but and have their fantasy happily ever after life. I mean, they come close to not making it a couple times, which is
yeah. I mean, this there's something a bit like metaphorical about this scene. It's the world against them against the world.
Yeah,
and the world manages to eliminate itself from the equation, and they just are able to go on, right? And again, I mean, I think romance in the title is earned. That it's the idea that these two people that just believe in each other so much and want these things and yeah, they drop into these absurd situations where the world's like, nah, you need to get back in your lane, and they just keep surviving it, and it's because of each other. The reason that she survives, Gandolfini, is because of Clarence. The reason Clarence and then they get out of this is because of her. And by the way, she has the presence of mind to grab the money, and boogie on down the road, right? And okay, we're good, and that's it. And then in the car later, she's addressed his wound.
Yeah. So I mean, that love and care, and
it's why when Gord was talking about like the bad ending, it's bad for a reason, because it really kind of undermines the entire story.
Yeah,
if you don't have the ending that we have.
Yeah. Till death do us part, and death did not part them yet. Gord, what would you give this true romance movie a masculine rating of?
So, yeah, that's what I like about this movie is it it shows all these various facets by which you could view masculinity, both from a positive and negative perspective. It gives you a lot of different angles to view it from, and it gives you. And I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't give you anybody that perfectly exemplifies masculinity. I think that's fine. I think that's realistic for probably most movies, that they wouldn't have something like that. But it has flawed characters that are trying to improve. It has bad characters acting bad. It has complexity with all of these characters, so you can actually view them and actually extrapolate things from the way they behave, and from you can make guesses about the way they've lived and the way they've come up, based on where they are, and what you can see in their face, whether it's Drexl scars or whatever. It's a lot you can get from this. I don't need a movie to perfectly exemplify masculinity to rate it high on this. To me, it's all about how you depict it, whether it's positive or negative, and I think this movie does it really well for the most part. So I would probably rate this something like a 9 on that scale. I think it, for a movie that is relatively fanciful, it is kind of a crime sort of fairy tale in a way. It juggles its themes and kind of juggles the elements of masculinity, I think, really, really well.
Yeah. No, that's good, man. Good win.
I think a lot of people that watch this movie would be like, okay, well, there's, oh, this is a Tarantino movie, and you got the violence and the snappy dialogue and all that. This is one of a few Tarantino movies where I can really kind of point and go, there's an underlying theme that's really interesting, and that's kind of why everything else has more impact. It's why I kind of, as Tarantino's gone along, I've been less impressed with his work, because he's just kind of become a meme of him. He's kind of flanderized himself. But the fundamental thing about this, again, it's in the title. I mean, it's about true romance, and it's really a guy who's just happy to float along with no real aspirations. Hey, I get to work in the comic book store. I get to talk to kind of my friends who are customers, and then the owner lets me come in and play music and read comic books all night, and so I'm good, right? And it's his birthday, he's going to go to movies, and then meets a woman who sees something in him, and kind of the way that he deals with her and the honesty that they have between each other, and like, all right, we love each other. And from then on, it's very much a the masculinity is Clarence wanting to do better and be better because of the woman that he now has, right? And I think that's kind of the theme that keeps running throughout that, is the complementary nature, and how a man will elevate himself because he cares about someone else. Clarence is obviously flawed, but the arc remains. And so again, flawed characters can have tremendous masculine arcs, right? When they have an investment in something that matters. And Clarence very much has that. And in the same way that Alabama has clearly had a rough and checkered past, but there's an underlying virtue there about, she does the thing about monogamy, that, when I commit, that's it. And once she's with Clarence, she is all in, ride or die. And again, they kind of create this virtuous feedback loop between the two of them, despite how ludicrous the situation is and some of the decisions they make, right? And again, when we get to the final shootout, there really is kind of the world against them, and they overcome it because they're not just worried about money or things like that. They want to be together. The reason they want money is not money in itself. It's a means to live the life that they want to live with each other, and it ends up paying off for them. I think I'd probably give it like an 8.5. There's a subtlety to it that a lot of people will miss.
Right.
With this, and again, it's perfectly entertaining just on that surface level. But the more you watch it, the more you start to notice things. And again, that's always kind of the mark of a great movie for me, is I can watch it again and again and again, and it gets better. There are more things I notice, more depth that I see in it. And I think it's probably been, 20 years since I last watched this movie.
Wow.
And I mean, I watched it plenty in the 90s. But then kind of it was all right, it's one of those things that I'm going to do something else. Coming back and watching it again, you're just like, yeah, there's a reason that this thing was like in my regular rotation back then. And watching it again, when you're older, you're like, yeah, I see it even more. The perspective that you get on, especially if you married or in a relationship that's kind of long term, where you look and go, yeah, I mean, I've stepped up my game because of who I'm with, not because they demanded it, but because I wanted them to have someone that I wanted to be worthy of them. And that's really what you see in the movie, and that it plays out. It's really a happy ending. It is ludicrously optimistic for a Tarantino movie.
Very.
And Tony Scott's direction absolutely delivers on it.
Although, well, so you could kind of say that Inglourious Bastards has a happy
all the history, fuck off, get out of here. Oh look, if we just do anything, oh by the way, let's just do stupid things the whole time. But the woman dies and all that.
I'll save my thoughts on that for another stream.
I will happily shit on that in whatever stream you want me to. Let's go. That is better only watch it at a service level, because it gets really stupid the more you look at it.
I mean, there's some good parts, but yeah, that are worth talking about. But yeah, I know what you mean. The Crackle app used to have this movie back in the 2010s. Yeah, I think I remember watching it on some streaming service before. But yeah,
is that the one that Sony ended up?
I think
Sony
so, yeah.
bought, right? Yeah, because that was where Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee started, right? It was Crackle.
But yeah, I watched this again. Maybe it was like a year and a half ago on Zax's channel. We were talking about it. And because it had been a while since I watched it before then. But yeah, kind of one of those instances where I was like, you know what, I could definitely watch this movie again. It's been a while. And in terms of, I guess, watching it in a regular sort of normal capacity then, and just appreciating the moments, the scenes, the acting, and so forth. But now to just kind of think about it from a different perspective, like we do here on Mondays, and finally getting Leon to watch it, of course. But I wish more people knew about this film and would watch it as well. I think it's underappreciated. But shout out to everyone who has watched it or will watch it because of this stream. But I think the masculinity in this movie, though, is raw. It's unstable, and it shows what is going to become of these characters, or what the masculinity that we have within these characters stops at, or for Clarence ends up being. He's a bit lucky to have survived that gun wound, but not trying to be cliche or whatever, but it was meant to be for them to live in the end, not to say that's because of the way the script worked or anything like that, but the idea of the fantasy and that their story plays out this way, they were too in love to die, or something, all those, again, cheesy, campy, cliche, lines, but it kind of fits. And I think Clarence, starts as this man who's in love with movies, comics, being a nerd, the fantasy aspect to it, and wants to be brave, wants to be bold, which the fact that he finds love and realizes, oh, this is true love. I will do anything and everything I possibly can to become this version of manhood that I haven't yet aspired to, but want to, but also realizing like, oh, there's a cost to this, and it does get measured by the loyalty that he has to Alabama, the danger that it puts himself in, but also her because of the events of, oh shit, wrong suitcase. Knowing that he might have to make a sacrifice, but he's willing to put his life on the line. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that he's now put his father in danger, but maybe he'll find out years in the future. But I think for the other characters too, like we know how the bad guys between Coccotti and Drexl, we know what type of power they hold, what type of men they are, and what they're willing to do to protect their business, and what sort of like moral compass they have or lack thereof. And I think for Alabama too, she is a good match. She's a perfect balance for him, for Clarence, two peas in a pod. And I think she's willing to do whatever it takes to survive, to make sure that their future continues onward, and that she's willing to take care of him. He saved her life, and now she kind of returns the favor at the end after the hotel incident, right? So I do think this film works in its capacity, because it's not just all about violence or the action. This movie does have some good themes, as I mentioned earlier, like about devotion, courage, and just like the need to survive. I think each character presents a different type of masculinity, where it's like, Clarence, who's romantically risk-taking. You've got Clifford, his father, who's, this dignified, sacrificial representation of masculinity. Coccotti is, this, gangster, civilized, predatory type of controlled masculinity, though he's terrifying, and he's obviously, an evil person. In Drexl, who's a bit more chaotic, degenerate form of masculinity. And then the detectives, like, I think they add a nice rounded look to this, where this is what sort of like this procedural institution type masculinity
That's when the real world kind of intrudes.
Right,
and
exactly.
Goes, all right,
this real world, like, hey, like, now we're outside of this fantasy. Let's talk about the real world, outside of gangs and whatnot. So,
there's a funny thing. I was thinking about it. The only times that bad things happen to our protagonists is when they're not together.
Huh? Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
By the way, anybody in the chat who doesn't own this movie, if you're fine owning a digital copy, it's $5 on Prime or Vudu right now. It's worth that.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. Yeah, because it's like, I guess that would technically also qualify.
Clarence takes a beating from Drexl when he's not with Alabama.
Right.
Alabama is, Clarence isn't with Alabama when she runs into Gandolfini, and then Clarence is in the bathroom when shit kicks off.
Yep. I'll just say, if we're counting the fact that that he goes in the bathroom, so he's not technically in the same room with her, then
right, they're not together.
Yeah. That's an interesting perspective there too.
It's like, Alabama, I'm going to drop a deuce. I'm going to need you to sit on my lap.
That's right. Yeah, you need to stay with me. We're going to handcuff each other.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, that you see him and he's down or whatever. It's because she gets close to him again that he wakes up. Right. So it's again, they're kind of, they become one. They can't survive separately.
Right.
I think True Romance also got like one of those really nice like 4K releases.
Really?
Let me see what's.
Remember. Yeah, but Zelda said he has it on 4K.
Yeah, it got like what is the name? It got one of those Arrow releases.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a really cool cover and everything. Yeah, it's pretty dope. I'll send it in the chat, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Add that to the list.
Yeah, I was also going to give it an 8.5, because I was somewhere between like an 8 and 8.5. So I was like, yeah, I can go halfway. I mean, it is a, good movie too. So
Yeah, and again, I think I like when Leo was trying to kind of figure out how he was going to score stuff previously, and he was just adding things up. I was like, the thing is that I look at where do you start and where do you end. Your character arc and the path and what are the things that kind of send you on your journey and what are your motives and all that. And for again all the flaws of Clarence and Alabama, there's kind of this purity of they love each other and are willing to do whatever to protect each other, to support each other and all that. And I think it's hard to find a better lesson than that, because that's really, if you look at like a lot of the masculine virtues, it really is in support of someone else. And that someone you're really invested in and care about.
Yeah, it's I'm glad we covered it. It's I will be.
I'd wonder if you
clips.
consider maybe adding or replacing a category with application, like how they apply masculinity. It's like because there's obviously, and it's like I think the quality categories you have are good, but there's also the application factor too. I mean, you could say that the other ones maybe speak to that a little bit, but I think that can also be personality too. But application is purely like action, though.
Yeah, or growth.
Yeah. I think this movie actually is a good example of seeing masculinity applied as a person grows and changes and becomes more capable.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
So. Yeah, and I think it's the right woman amplifies a good man who recognizes the value and all that stuff. Right. Again, it's not that they're haranguing you and telling you that you got to do these things. It's just their existence makes you want to step up your game.
And obviously these streams are way too short, so why not add a little bit?
Yeah, we need at least 5 more points, I think.
More ratings, yeah.
Yeah. We need to put EPAP in their place.
Mm-hmm.
The rear view mirror.
Yeah. No, but I'm glad we covered this though, and I think in terms of just figuring out a way it could work, I'm glad we made it work, and glad everyone tuned in tonight on X and the YouTubes. Appreciate the donos, the likes, the couple new subs I think as well. So shout out to you guys. Gord, what do you have going on this week?
I think other than your stream tomorrow, I'll mostly just be brainstorming my next project. I've got a few ideas I'm kind of tinkering with at the moment. I don't want. It's like obviously the default is to jump back into Rings of Power and finish that off, but gosh, I don't want to. I have a couple of people who like I really. Huh?
Have you considered creating a race of atomic supermen?
There we go. Now finally, I have something else I can do.
There it is. Yeah, certainly better than Rings of Power.
Freedom. I feel like what's his face in the elevator when I watch Rings of Power. I just want somebody to save me. It's like we could go away.
Always. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Gordon, and looking forward to the next episode tomorrow night too for Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders. I've actually been watching Dexter on top of that lately for the first time. Dexter's first season, at least.
Like
fun.
Like starting from the beginning because
early seasons are good.
Yeah.
I never watched it before, so I was like, yeah, it's pretty fun.
Oh, okay. 1, 2. I mean, the first 4 seasons are good. Second season's probably the best.
Yeah, Vudu basically sold the first 2 seasons for a combined $5. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll buy it for that.
Yeah, that's
worth it.
Yeah, for sure.
They had a weirdly cheap sale with like certain TV shows, like Tulsa King. You could buy all 3 for like $15. I was like, okay, sure, why not?
For $15?
Yeah,
that's not bad at all.
No, I was like, yeah, I'll buy that for $15. That's excellent.
You talked me into it. You're very convincing.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, the way they did it was they kind of strung you along to buying as much as they could get you to, because like the first season they do $5, second season is like $4, next one might be $8, and but yeah, it's like I think Tulsa King ended up being 15. Like Dexter, I was like, I stopped it too because I was like, I don't know exactly when this gets bad, so I'll watch the first 2 and see how I feel about it. But I'm liking it a lot so far. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, for sure. And what app was that, or where are you buying them from?
Tulsa King I got on Prime, and then
Prime.
Voodoo is where I got
Voodoo,
Dexter.
Right. Gotcha. Goodwin, what do you have going on this week?
So tomorrow at noon, I'll be on Blues Channel, where we continue to go through like great movies that everybody forgot or never saw in the first place. Last week we did The Bounty, and so tomorrow we're going to do The Mission. Jeremy Irons, Liam Neeson, and Robert De Niro. Really fantastic work by director Joffe, and then the Ennio Morricone soundtrack is it's wonderful, and I think it won an Oscar for best cinematography. That kind of came up with Inside Man and I talking about most beautiful movies made ever, and Bounty and Mission were definitely on the contenders list for that. And then we'll be back for Peaky Blinders. Wednesday, please dear God, let us finish Aliens on Brown Stream.
Maybe.
I don't know if we're gonna do it or not.
I'll give it one more week.
Jesus wept. It's don't invite autists on to talk about who just love trivia, and that's it. We got one, and it's kind of running things off the rails a bit. Nice. And then and then Thursday I'll be on Roman and the Empires, where we watch The Hidden.
Nice.
Yes, an excellent forgotten 80s movie that a lot of people didn't see, but they should.
One of the ideas for a video I'm floating around is to do like maybe 80 favorite movies from the 80s, and I was going over some of the ones I'd seen, and I saw The Hidden. I was like, that's definitely a nominee.
Yeah. Have you seen Looker?
No, I haven't seen that.
You need to. It's Michael Crichton written and directed.
Gotcha.
And boy, is it prescient. I mean, to today prescient.
Huh.
Nice.
Check that out.
Is that 1981?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Albert Finney and Susan Day, James Coburn.
So we'll be covering Peaky Blinders season 1 episode 4 tomorrow. Not sure what's going on with Zach's stream Wednesday night, but I should.
I'm always kind of hit and miss on that. It depends on what the topic is and or what my day has been like.
Yeah, so I'll probably be on ABF's at 7 for Trigger Happy, and then Thursday I'm not sure what game I'll be streaming. We were streaming I started a little bit later last Thursday, just was doing some stuff, but we streamed Sea of Thieves last Thursday, and there's a lot of people in the chat that had never seen the game before, or were actually enjoying it because of what happened, which is hilarious. But sometimes when you stab a ship, and sometimes your entire ship just disappears off a dock, and you lose all your treasure.
All right,
that was a common problem in the pirate age in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
look, my ship was right here when I left, and then I come back. Where the hell is it gone? Well, you are a pirate, sir, and you're hanging around with other pirates. Why are you surprised?
I mean, while that exact type of thing doesn't happen in The Bluff, it's similar logic. Very similar logic.
Yeah.
My character also got yeeted off a cliff face and splattered into another mountainside. That was fun.
Again, too much grog. You should have paced yourself on that.
I parried when I should have dodged.
Yep.
I will be streaming a bit of Hollow Knight this week, but next week I'm gonna stream Saros because I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah,
what are you doing, Soma? You coward.
What's that?
Yeah, I do need to go back to Soma definitely. But yeah, Sorrows is just I've been looking forward to that for like over a year. I'm a huge stan for Returnal. I think that's a game not nearly enough people played. It's got it's one of the few games of this current gen that actually has excellent gameplay mechanics and a pretty cool story that has some allusions to I have no mouth, but I'm a scream, stuff like that, as well as some kind of mythological elements. But Source is the follow-up by that dev and similar style, so I'm like, heck yeah. One of the few games I haven't pre-ordered a game since Armored Core 6, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the next big patch for Helldivers, and
I just can't get past the idea of actually wanting to save democracy. What the hell, man?
Well, it's more so fighting against fascism and
That's just
socialism, you know.
I mean, democracy and socialism aren't that different.
Waylon, did you get another bottle? A bottle. Well,
Blue. I'm glad I'm kind of glad Blue Collar didn't show up because that means he probably had a really good night.
Well, I was going to say, so you're watching The Mission tomorrow, right? Good one. Of course, you moved. Okay.
I mean, I feel sorry for the woman he was with, but yeah. I mean,
well, I was going to say
he
he's
was
practicing his missionary tonight.
I mean, if she tells, I hope he's honest with her. If she tells him, "I want you to know I'm not getting damaged goods," he needs to look her right in the eye and say, I assure you, sweetheart, yes, you are. Now you are."
Let me show you my bottle collection over here.
It's like, I have damaged you. That was the point.
Blue found true romance.
He found true romance.
Blue
collar loser is better than blue ball loser.
Blue baller loser. I'm gonna tune in tomorrow just to see how his presence is, how his attitude is. But yeah, I'll figure out what I'm playing. I did buy, and I have considered streaming 2 other single player games. One was Resident Evil 7, because after all the talk about Resident Evil 9, and then hearing from a few people like, oh yeah, 6 is bad, 8's bad. Obviously, I'm kind of seeing what 9's about, but 7 was the last decent one, because I'm loved all the originals. That 7 was a good one to actually go back to. So it was like $4 or $5 on Steam. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll buy that. And then I've had it installed for a while, and I just have not played it in since it came out too. But I thought about doing a new game of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Always a good choice.
Yeah, and just playing through that, and just making some stupid decisions in game and just seeing how they play out. But so who knows? I'll kind of see what it's like and see what other people are up to.
Armored Core 6 is very cool, Draconis. I assure you, I had a really good time with that game, and I didn't do near what you ultimately could do, because you do a lot of like mech customization and stuff like that, and I kind of maybe did 40% of what you could. But yeah, it's a really, really fun game. I quite enjoyed it. Also, if you seen the gameplay for the Lego Batman game, that actually looks pretty freaking sick. I'm not gonna lie.
It does look good. Yeah,
it actually looks really good.
The Lego games usually land really well in terms of like how they're made.
I mean, for me, it's like I guess because it's like there's no real stakes to playing it. Like it's way too easy. That's why I never really get all that into them. But that one actually looks fun. So I know Vex and Cannoli are both going to buy it, so I'm going to kind of wait on their word for it. But I actually am kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, because I don't even know what other games I've bookmarked that may or may not come out this year. There's just a few games I'm still like playing and wanting to play. Like I know like Wind Rose is in like a new game that came out. That's like a Pirate Age game, which I played the demo of, but wasn't super sold on it. I like the idea. But it's all PvE. There's no PvP, which I think it's the thing I like about Sea of Thieves is that you could potentially fight other people, you know. So, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But more importantly, next Monday is the 50th episode. So that'll be fun.
And what are we covering?
We are covering
Ourselves and Honey.
Oh. Well, given these scrotal chats, it's the taste of nuts and honey. All right, let's go.
Nuts and honey next week. Donate to the scrot cam. It's a little director. May have inspired a space opera. Westerns.
Is he one of them slant-eyed yellow menacing types?
Little yellow friend, as Inspector Clouseau would say in the Pink Panther movies.
Yes. Little Keto.
Little Keto. It's a film called Seven Samurai.
Ooh.
All-time great.
What's that in adjusted for inflation?
What?
That's got to be about 7. It's got to be about, you know, at least 18 or 19.
Yeah, I was thinking, at least triple, right?
Yeah. 24 Samurai? Almost.
42. Then we have the answer.
John Ford.
I mean, we're kind of getting John Ford by way of Japan because Kurosawa was very much copying a lot of John Ford.
I had 6,000 hours, over 6,000 hours in 14. Acceptable.
I never played 14. Never played the online one.
I did. Not for very long, though.
The last like one chronologically I played was 15, and I did not care for it. I was like, 15. This is just a freaking boy band, freaking gay, and it's just lame. It's so forgettable. I mean, it wasn't as bad as like 13, but like 12 was the last one I enjoyed, and 12 has its issues, but I still like it. But yeah, after that I was like, nah, I think I'm kind of done with this franchise overall. I'll just replay like the old ones that are good.
Why doesn't somebody resurrect Wing Commander or something?
Yeah. Good point. Let's see who else is streaming right now. We'll raid into them. Oh, is Naganal streaming? Did he actually
again? Must be playing a game.
Yes.
Naga what?
Naga, please.
Well, apparently his YouTube didn't get hacked, even though his X account did.
That almost sounds like a Naga name.
People who annoy you.
Let's see here. We could raid ABF Gaming, Naganal. We can raid Hypno Gaming. We could raid New Black Street. Support non
Clan.
Black Man Day, Black Boy Day. What?
No,
we can't go to New Black Street on White Boy Day.
That's true.
No,
yeah. Sorry, Kato.
You got to go to Naganal. I mean, him and ABF are kind of the whitest people I know.
That's true. Yeah, and go tell Naganal stop clicking on links that get his account hacked on X.
Yeah.
You know,
tell him stop trying to sell you crypto on X. It's
But yeah, listen, everyone who's tuned around and stuck around the whole time, you guys are awesome. Seriously, I really do appreciate it. The likes, the donos again. Shout out to you guys. I did promise this, and I'm a man of my word, of course. So this one's for you. Remember, I didn't say this. Quentin Tarantino and
we may endorse it. We didn't say it out loud ourselves.
Again, the question is it a lie or is it truth? That's what we're kind of just going off of. That's what we're trying to explore.
The pantomime. Come on.
Right. So this one's for you.
Sicilians were spawned by niggas.
I will never delete that clip. I will pay for donations.
I'm gonna save that for whenever Cannoli joins in chat.
Cannoli, Enzo, Omra.
Cannoli, my favorite eggplant.
Yep.
So yeah, Roman, I'm assuming, obviously due to his name if it's true. But but yeah, could throw it in there too. Is it Tarantino doing black voice? Something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty amusing.
It's a history podcast.
Yeah, it's history. Come on, what are you talking about? I mean, I love that shit.
Hold on. Set up your goal, and I'll do no at Nick. I just have to remember my password.
That's what happens when you're invaded by the moops.
Yep.
True bromance.
Don't download that one.
Nope. Don't even look it up.
Yeah, you might get a different...
That is a very popular June Google search.
Yeah, it's very, very big in June.
Jeez. Well, yep, we're gonna call it here. I'll see you guys next week for the 50th episode of Masculine Mondays. Looking forward to it. We'll have another first timer here on the channel. For
Who are we breaking in?
There's a rumor that he likes avocados.
I'm familiar with this.
Yeah, if you know a
I
gentleman,
mean, the vegetable and the fruits and vegetables theme just keeps going. It's
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So
I'm in favor of Mo Guess.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll it'll be fun. It's another scrotum joke. Night, GG.
Don't squeeze them. Just smell them to see if they're ripe.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I got to handle them with care.
Yeah. They bruise easily.
Right. All right.
If you wanted to make
everyone...
Google True Bromance during the ALL days, it was dial-up scrotum.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe.
Why there was so much screaming.
Yeah. There's some scrotum jokes at Naganal. Tell them to stop looking up.
Yep.
The dumb stuff. Get some hacked.